Terry, you want to take roll?
Mr. Wakeford? Here. Dr. Bruce? Here. Ms. Flowers?
Here.
Ms. Nesset? Here. Mr. Steeman?
Here. Here.
Ash?
Here.
Sorry.
Go by Thornton for today. Yes.
Very good. Before we get started, I want to thank Margaret and her leadership team. A very nice reception last night. Thank you very much. And to get us started, we have the Honorable Senator Larry Robinson. Larry?
Well, thank you, Chairperson Morton, members of the board. Welcome to Valley City and Valley City State University. We are excited today. This is a big day for the system, certainly a big day for Valley City State. I was kidding this morning that I've been on the campus. This is my 44th year, and I survived Dr. Shirley and Dr. Mason. It's been tough with Dr. Dahlberg. The day isn't over yet, but I could be out of a job by noon. Seriously, I would like to begin. I'd be remiss if we didn't extend a big thank you to Wesley Winch and Greg Steeman for the outstanding work they did on the search effort here at Valley City State. A lot of hours, a lot of time. We had tremendous deliberations. They did a great job. And Jerry Megler from Dakota College is with us. A long haul up there, back, several trips. We appreciate that. And Terry, I know you've been through this many, many times, but you're phenomenal. You do just outstanding work, and we appreciate it. We love to have you on campus, but we hope we're not going through a search for the next 10 or 15 years. Big year ahead of us with the upcoming legislative session. I think most of you know I'm in the North Dakota Senate, and the discussion of higher education is ongoing. It's on everybody's radar screen. And I can only say that those of us that are close to higher education need to continue to tell our story. This system is not broke. We have so many great things going at all 11 campuses. You folks get to those campuses and you visit with the students, you see the results. Nothing more than phenomenal. We just are very fortunate. We need to produce more graduates. The workforce is demanding that we step to the plate in a way far greater than we've done, and we need to work toward that. So as we move toward the session, and the budget's going to be tight, but North Dakota's not broke. I just really believe our best days and years are ahead of us. I always tell the story of in the midst of the Depression, the Capitol building burned. And the people at that time, in the midst of just very, very difficult times, they didn't elect to put up a Morton building. They stepped to the plate and put up a skyscraper in Bismarck that is the envy of many states yet today. And that's that faith in the future. That's the North Dakota fabric, our culture, and that's where we are now. We have challenges, but we need to meet those challenges. And we can't wait for the future to get here. We do things today to shape that future so we know what's coming. And the university system is part and parcel to all of that. So we, again, welcome to Valley City. Have a great day. We're looking forward to the discussion, the appointment of a new president. Dr. Dahlberg has served with distinction. We enjoy working with her. A very strong individual. Valley City State is fortunate to have her on our team. So have a great day. Look forward to working with you during the legislative session. And if there's one message I would have, we need to maintain the highest level of communication with the executive branch, with the legislative branch, and continue to tell our story because we've got a very good story to tell. Thank you. Have a good day. We will have lunch over the noon hour on the other side of the building in the Norway room for the board and the presidents that are with us today. There's coffee and condiments over here in the room adjacent. The bathrooms are just out in the hall. If you have any needs while you're on our campus, please let us know. If you get any parking tickets, give them to Greg Steeman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you for your decades of service to the state and to Valley City State University. He makes a good point. We have a chance. Let's not predict the future. Let's create the future. And that's what we aim to do. Getting down to board business, we need a motion to approve the agenda. Is there a motion? Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Yes. We also need to approve the meeting minutes from, let's lump them together, from May 23rd, 2018, and from our June 28th retreat. Is there a motion?
I'll move approval.
It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Yes.
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 Trainer?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Moving to the presidential interviews, we will hear now from our two co-chairs, Wesley and Greg.
Well, as Wesley's coming up, I'll let him make the introductions, but I just want to, on my behalf, I want to thank the members of the search committee and the support staff that made the meetings easy, coordinated so many different logistics, and made the process as complete and as thorough as possible. Very grateful for everybody's participation. I also will echo everybody else's sentiments. Dr. Dahlberg, not once but twice, has stepped into the interim role as the president at Valley City State and done an admirable and very much appreciated, very good job. So what I'll do is I'll let Wesley take it from here.
Well, thank you. Good morning, Chair Morton and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you for coming to Valley City State University for this wonderful day here. I'm excited for it. And I want to tell you a little bit about the process that we went through in getting to where we are today with our finalists. And I feel like our committee did a lot of really good work. It was a very engaged process, and we tried very hard to get the feedback from across campus, across the community. And I want to kind of talk about how we did that and what we did to get that. But before I jump into that, I do want to also express my appreciation for a few folks from the system office. Terry, thank you for your constant help with the logistics and everything that you did. Chris Pesky, thank you for your help with keeping us, making sure that we understand all the ways to get in and out of executive session and the other things that we have to do. Chancellor Haggerott was very helpful in helping select the committee and the things that we did there, so thank you. I appreciate all the VCSU students, campus members, our IT staff who helped us all along the way, our facilities folks, and our food service who always made sure we had a very good process in the middle of that. And then our search committee, I couldn't have picked a better co-chair. Greg, you were wonderful to work with, so thank you for your service, and wonderful to get to know you and your commitment to this university system. Just really appreciate you. But also, Dr. Tony Dutton, Dr. Jamie Worth, Charlene Stenson, Mike Nix, Jody Henjum, Paige Meyer, who was our student rep, did a fantastic job. Steve Reinflesch, Phil Mueller, Larry Robinson, and Jerry Migler, who I know Larry said, but thank you, Jerry, for always driving down from Dakota College to be part of us. We also had help from search consultants of AGB, Jim McCormick and Janice Fitzgerald. They did a great job, and it was good working with those folks and listening to their counsel as we went through the process. I'm sure there are others that I'm missing, and I don't want to miss anyone, but just realize there was a lot of people involved in this process. So this really started back in late January, early February, when the board authorized us to start moving forward with the presidential search here at Valley City State University. And shortly after that, we started gathering a list together for who would be on the committee. And that we worked together with the chancellor to get that list put together and got a really good diverse group across campus and from all different areas so that we could have the voice from faculty and staff and students and many different areas to make sure that we are selecting the right leader for Valley City State University. After that, we worked with AGB, our consultants, and they came in and did listening sessions. And with those listening sessions, they listened all over to campus and community people. And with that, their information, and then with the committee, we met together and put together a list of 14 really attributes, characteristics of who, the type of president we would be looking for at Valley City State University. And from that list, from the listening session and from putting that together, we put together the advertisement and the institutional profile, which then really started happening about April. It went in earnest, and that the job search was started, and we went nationwide, and we tried very hard to make sure that it went to many different outlets to attract as many qualified candidates as possible. Through that process, we were able to get 50 qualified applicants. And those 50 qualified applicants were all very good, and it was a tough job to read through all of those and narrow it down. But that's what the committee was tasked to do, and we started that in July. About 13th of July, we started that process, and we were able to narrow down that list of 50 to 12. Those 12 applicants were then invited to interview with the committee via, via computer, Ivan technology, and we did that. And from those 12 interviews, we then narrowed it down to 6 who we invited to campus. Those 6 all said they would come to campus, and shortly thereafter, one of them dropped out. So we ended up with 5. And 5 came to campus the week of the 10th through the 12th of September. And they were long days for those folks. They started at 7 in the morning and didn't end usually till about 6 or 7 at night. They got to meet with staff, faculty, students, community leaders, and just multiple different chances for everybody to have input. And during that process, all those who had input were able to fill out a survey to help us to know and to give us feedback about each of the candidates. And shortly thereafter, the committee met together, and we narrowed down from using the feedback and using the information we had from the interview process. We were able to narrow them down to our final 3 finalists, and they all accepted to come here, and then one shortly thereafter dropped out. And so it puts us today to our final 2. And I feel very, very good about both of them. I think that they are great candidates that will help move VCSU forward. And that was our process. And I'm just very pleased that they're here today and that you get to meet them. I will, if there's any other questions or things that you would like to talk about, I'd be willing to take them at this point.
Any questions of Wesley? If not, we'll let Greg Brigitte.
What happened to the women?
Valley City, we value diversity, and it was part of the process from the beginning. If you look at one of our 14 points, even finding candidates who value diversity was something that we want in our next president. When you look at the pool, we went out and we advertised, and specifically advertised at places that would help us get a diverse pool. And I think that we saw that. You look at the 50 candidates, 8 of them were female. And of those, when we narrowed it down to our 12 of the Ivan, 5 of those had a diverse background. And when we narrowed that down, we invited 2 of 6 to campus were female. Now one of them that dropped out was a female candidate, but At the end of the day, when we looked at everybody, we were really trying to value diversity here. And I think that if you look at the final candidate, the ones we chose had the broad campus support and the support of the community. I do believe that they share our value of diversity and will help lead this university forward with that in mind.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have, I mean, if we invite 3 people for interview and we are prepared to interview 3, and one of them drops, why don't we go one down the line and invite another candidate?
We talked about that at length as a committee, and when we looked at those who we had the broad campus support and that we felt would be a best fit for Valley City and would really help move the institution forward, it felt like these 2 were the best for us right now.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you.
Chancellor?
One of the women that you were going to invite, she dropped out because she got a job, correct? She was hired as a president
That is correct.
from another university. So they had very good candidate, and as happened before, they get hired out right during the process because they're applying to multiple places.
Mr. Chair.
Jill?
Thank you, Wesley, for your work and the work of your team. It's an incredible process, and I want to thank you for that. Just a couple of comments. Number one, the comment that valuing diversity versus representing diversity, I think are 2 different things. So I just wanted to present that to the committee. And then demographics, having done some work on demographics through representation of the student body and the faculty, I think that's an important consideration as we think about leadership too. Thank you.
Okay.
Anybody else? Thank you, Wesley. Greg?
No, I think Wesley encapsulated it quite well. And in reference to Birgit's question, committee did submit 3 names forward to the board. 3 and 3 did agree to come to campus. At that point, once 3 agreed to come to campus, the others realized they weren't in the pool. If somebody had agreed not to come from that list and nothing else had been informed, then we have that flexibility. But I think that the timing to accept an invitation to campus, say you're going to come and we have 3 people coming, and then to have someone back out, that puts us in a difficult position to add another candidate at that time.
Okay.
Any questions of Greg? I would just add the diversity is a challenge in the private sector and the public sector. One of the keys is to have a diverse slate, strive to have a diverse slate, and then you've got to hire the most you got to put your bias aside and be very objective and hire the best qualified person. But it starts with a diverse slate. And so congratulations, you have a diverse slate, and we'll move forward. Thank you. We will now, are the candidates here?
Yeah, I think at this time, Wesley, do you want to introduce our first candidate?
I won't go very far. I'll stay right here and introduce the candidates. So thank you once again. Happy to be with you. It's my pleasure here to introduce the first candidate, Dr. Alan Lefebvre, and to campus and introduce him to the board. Dr. Lefebvre holds the following degrees. He has a DMA in clarinet performance from Arizona State University, master's in clarinet performance from Arizona State University, and also a bachelor's in instrumental and vocal music from Northern State College. Dr. Alan Lefebvre has served as provost at Northern State University, Aberdeen since 2015. He began his work at NSU in 1991 as a faculty member and director of the bands, then assumed position of chair of the music and theater departments, associate dean of fine arts, interim dean of graduate and extended studies, and dean of the School of Fine Arts. Prior to his teaching and administrative experiences at Northern, Dr. Lefebvre taught at Augustana College in Sioux Falls, Arizona, Arizona State University, Tempe, and Grand Canyon University in Phoenix, and Central High School in Aberdeen, South Dakota. He has extensive experience in recruitment, retention, student success initiatives, facility planning development, faculty development, and fundraising. The Northern State University Symphonic Band was selected to perform at the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. in 2002, and he was elected to the American Bandmasters Association in 2006. In 2012, he was the recipient of South Dakota High School Activities Association Distinguished Service Award and the South Dakota Music Educators Association Distinguished Administrator Award. He and his wife, Carrie, are the proud parents of 2 daughters and a son-in-law, and currently live in Aberdeen, South Dakota. And with that, it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Alan Lefebvre.
Thank you, Wesley. Welcome, Dr. Lefebvre.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's great to have you here. We're going to, the board will introduce themselves so you are familiar with who you're visiting with. Andy, you want to start us off?
Good morning. Andy Wakeford, Staff Advisor to the State Board of Higher Education. Welcome.
Birgit Pruss, I'm the Faculty Advisor on the State Board of Higher Education.
I'm Dan Trainer. I'm a lawyer in Devils Lake, North Dakota, and I'm a member of the board.
Casey Ryan, a physician in Grand Forks.
Board member, too.
Board
Morning, Dr. Lefebvre. Nick Hacker, a board member, and I work in the real estate business.
Good morning. Chris Pesky, I'm the board attorney.
Don Morton, chairman of the board.
Greg Steeman, member of the board.
Carrie Meyer with the University System.
Good morning, Dr. Lefebvre, and thank you for your time here. I'm Kathy Nessett. I'm a board member, past chair, and I'm a geologist.
Good morning and welcome. Jill Louders, board member, superintendent, New Rockford Cheyenne School District.
Good morning, Doctor. I'm Ashley Thornton. I'm a student member with my home campus being in Williston.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll ask the first question briefly in 2 to 3 minutes. Describe your background and your current position and why you believe your background and current position qualify you to be the president of Valley City State University.
Sure.
A little bit of a softball, but
Well,
very important.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to visit with you all this morning regarding this exciting opportunity at Valley City State. I've been serving as provost at Northern State for almost 4 years now, and in that particular position, and in my previous position as Dean of Fine Arts, the requisite skills and requirements for those particular jobs, I think, have prepared me well for this opportunity. As a dean, I did a lot of fundraising. We built a new addition to our Fine Arts Center, almost $15 million. Most of that was privately raised. $5 million came from our Higher Education Facilities Fund through the State Board of Regents, but the rest was all privately raised. And it's become just a crown in the jewel of Northern right now, but there's a lot of activity happening on that campus. Additionally, as provost, managing the entire academic enterprise of the institution, I think, has given me an excellent opportunity to see how not just our institution, but all of our institutions work together in a state system for the betterment of the students, working with strategic plans, working with enrollment targets, working very diligently on retention. Since I've been provost, we've increased our retention dramatically from the mid-60s last year to almost 78%. And I do not take credit for that. I was fortunate to be provost while that happened, with a great team of people around me who worked very hard, including academic advisors, faculty chairs, and deans. And so I really think the day-to-day workings of an institution as provost, developing new academic programs, revising curriculums, all of these types of things, working very closely with personnel, have prepared me for this kind of an opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Lefebvre. Very well stated. Appreciate your humility, too. And next we have Andy.
This on? There it is. You've been on campus, right? And what have you observed and what have you learned about Valley City State? And as a result of the information that you gathered, what opportunities or challenges have you identified and as president, how would you address those opportunities or challenges?
Well, I've learned it's a beautiful campus with wonderful people and students who truly enjoy being here. I've learned that there's an excellent leadership team in place. Clearly, that's evidenced by the highest enrollment that they've ever witnessed as an institution this year. And they've done that by working together and working as a team. In terms of opportunities and challenges, they're the same opportunities and challenges that many institutions are facing across the country right now. That has to do with continued growth in enrollment, continued retention success, making sure that the students are attaining their degrees in a reasonable amount of time, and that they're graduating students from these degree programs as well. I think another opportunity for Valley City at this particular point in time is to really grow the endowments within the foundation office, and that's an area that I feel very comfortable with, telling the positive stories of student success and faculty achievements that are happening on this campus. So certainly challenges ahead for all of us in higher education, and working within our means, working within the budgets that are allocated, but doing the best we can to be innovative, creative, and visionary for the future.
Thank you. And our next question will come from Kathy.
Good morning again.
Morning.
I'd like you to speak a little bit to linking the State Board of Higher Ed's strategic plan with that of the strategic plan of Valley City State.
That's a very important aspect, I think, to the overall success. And as I look at the strategic plans of both, I'm struck by the emphasis of quality experiences for the students. And I think that's certainly a link that Valley City will play a significant role in, along with the workforce development and workforce need aspect of both strategic plans. I would work very hard to continue diving a little more deeply into the institutional strategic plan by setting some metrics, setting some goals, and I know that the plan goes from 2017 to 2022. So we're just sort of into the second year of that right now. But we need to be able to look and see, what are we achieving? This is what we say we're going to do. How much of this are we going to do, and how do we measure that success?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next question could come from Nick.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Lefebvre, can you kind of talk to us about your views on campus governance, both within the administration, but all the way to the student level, as well as the role of the local community in Valley City, and what you see as Valley City State University playing a role with the city, and as well as the city playing a role with the campus?
Yeah, excellent questions. I'm going to start with the role of the city and the campus and the relationship that those two have in a place, in any institution and in any community. That's a very important dynamic that needs to be in place, and not just from the presidential position, but from all positions on campus, from the faculty perspective, from the student perspective, whether it's a student athlete doing a service project in the community, or faculty participating on various boards and councils in the community, but also giving the community an opportunity to interact with the university, whether that be through guest speakers, lecture series, different kinds of workforce development opportunities that could coexist. And the important part, this gets back to the first part of your question, is that aspect of communication. There has to be excellent, open, transparent communication between the institution and the community, and the community and the institution. We need to know what the community of Valley City and the region need to see this university succeed, and for the community to succeed as well. When it comes to the idea of shared governance, and from a perspective of all of the leaders on the institution, to the students, to the faculty, certainly there needs to be an understanding and an openness with decisions that are made. There has to be excellent transparency. I speak to our faculty senate on our campus every month and give them updates, primarily academic updates, since that's the role of my position. But we also have an opportunity to talk about facilities and issues that they may be encountering with student success in their classrooms and tutoring and different success initiatives that are happening on campus. So it's very important to maintain that open communication with all of the constituents. And I think as president, that is something that is going to be paramount to the success of that person in that role, is maintaining that excellent communication. I think I've done had a lot of experience doing that.
Thank you, Nick. Jill?
What has been your experience with legislative processes? It's a big year here. What do you believe to be the university's role during a legislative session? And how would you link the state board's initiative and strategic plan?
Wonderful questions. My role in interacting with legislators and the legislature in South Dakota has been on many different levels. We have Cracker Barrel sessions that occur throughout the session. I participate in those. I attend those. I will ask questions if there's something that's pertinent to our particular institution or to higher education in general. More specifically, I have sat in front of the Appropriations Committee on a couple of occasions recently, as you might imagine, with some of the projects that are underway at Northern State. I've helped prepare those documents with the president and the CFO on our campus, and helped develop the assurance and I guess I'm getting a little bit toward HLC when I mention that word, but the assurance is that what we are doing is going to be beneficial for the state. In terms of linking the strategic plan to the legislative process, I think that's paramount, because you need to have a definite plan and a vision and a mission for the direction that the institution is going and how that connects with what's happening with the system-wide strategic plan as well.
Thank you. Next question, Dan?
Dr. Lefebvre, the State Board of Higher Ed has a unified system of higher education in North Dakota. Describe how you see Valley City State collaborating with the other institutions within the university system.
I believe in a state like North Dakota, similar to South Dakota, we all achieve more if we work together. And it's just so important that we have a unified voice across the system and in the state, especially in a legislative year like we are in this year. I see Valley City State working with the other institutions, and I would see myself in that role to collaborate with the other presidents to make sure that if there are system-wide initiatives pertaining to student success, to retention, to attainment, to affordability, these are the things that we need to ensure that we're giving all of our students in the state every opportunity to achieve. So as a member of one of those 11 institutions, I would see myself as playing a very important role in collaborating with the other leaders from the other institutions and all of you to ensure the success of Valley City State.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from our student member, Ashley.
Good morning. What is your experience with mentoring and motivating students, and how would you, as president, interact and communicate with them?
Well, I think part and parcel due to my discipline background, mentoring and interacting with students has been just a very key part of developing a successful program in fine arts at Northern State University. When I left as Dean of Fine Arts, we had 253 fine arts majors on our campus. When I started at Northern State, there were fewer than 40 music majors in 1991. I recruit, I talk to people, I visit with parents, I visit with families. I try to encourage students to pursue their passions, whatever that may be. I enjoy every aspect of the university experience, from athletics to academics to the fine arts to the library, to every aspect that you can possibly imagine. The university experience is one that can provide so many different opportunities for advancement for students. Mentoring and inspiring is something that's been very important to me. When I had the chance to visit campus a few weeks ago, I tried my best to interact with as many students as I could, mostly a fact-finding kind of mission for me. I was asking them, why did you choose Valley City State? Why are you here? And do you like it here? And to a T, every single person just raved about the personal attention that they're getting at Valley City, the small class sizes, the interaction with the professors. Last evening, I got to town a little early, and I walked through the Gockler Center and happened to meet with a student who's health and performance major, I believe, or going to eventually maybe be a physical therapist. And she just spoke so highly of the interaction between the students and the professors. And that's been my style of teaching, my style of leadership, and my style of administration is very hands-on, very involved with the student activities. I try to attend as many events as I possibly can, even as provost. When I was Dean of Fine Arts, I rarely missed any event. We had about 70 events a year on our campus just in that discipline. And so I'm used to and I enjoy the busy schedule. I enjoy going to athletic events. I enjoy going to various things and seeing students succeed.
Thank you. And we'll hear from our vice chair, also a Valley City State alumnus.
Thanks for remembering that, Don. Dr. Lefebvre, welcome back. Managing enrollment will be a key challenge for the next president. What have been your experiences in this area? Once the students are with you, what do you think are the best indicators of student success in higher education?
To the first part of your question, it's important to develop goals. And when it comes to recruiting, and I think this is happening here, in fact, I'm very confident it's happening here, the growth doesn't happen just out of sheer hope and luck. There has to be a plan in place for that to be occurring, and so that's clearly happening. I also know that there's a large number of transfer students that have come into this year's class, and that's exciting. That says that students that maybe went away for a year and realized the error of their ways, decided to come back home perhaps, and other students see the opportunities that exist right here at Valley City. My experience with enrollment management is very granular. I believe in targeted recruitment. I believe in looking at program capacities and looking at program excellence and developing marketing strategies that are addressed to those particular niches. For example, when I was a band director, just like a football coach, you're going to need a quarterback. As a band director, you might need an oboe player. So you have to identify, where are the oboe players? Who are they? Who are the good ones? And how do I get them? You do the same thing with biology majors, with elementary education majors. You can apply the same principles to every academic area on campus. And that would be my plan as president, is to work with the leadership, work with the chairs, the faculty, to develop some realistic targets. Obviously, we want them to be achievable, and we want to see continued growth. And I think there's a lot of momentum on this campus right now. There's a lot of excitement for the future, and I would like to be a part of that. When it comes to retaining them and keeping them involved, if I remember the second part of your question correctly, so many things come into play here, from proper advising to tutoring when necessary, to providing a good student activity experience for them, making sure that the meal plan is meeting their needs, making sure that the dormitories, the residence halls are providing the right kind of environment, making sure they have other opportunities for growth other than just academic growth while they're a student here at Valley City. So building those retention initiatives are very important, because we put a lot of time, resources, and energy into recruiting a student, into getting them here. One of my good friends, Bob Olson's former athletic director at Northern, used to have a phrase. And when I was a band director, he'd say, Al, you know, the key is not to retain them, but to re-recruit them. re-recruit those students. And so it's very important that the student understands that they are important to the overall success of the university for their entire career, not just their freshman year.
Thank you. And now we have Casey.
Dr. Fave, thank you again for applying to be president of Valley City State University. State of North Dakota had a big revenue hit for the past biennium, knocked $106 million out of NDUS budget, of which $5 million went to Valley City State, or a 19.8% reduction in their budget. In your career, have you experienced budget reductions of this magnitude, and what processes will you use to develop the upcoming budget?
Yeah, that's the tough question, and a very real question and a real dynamic in which we are all existing. In South Dakota, we haven't experienced a lot of significant ups and downs when it comes to revenue. We've been fairly stable. Unfortunately, that stability is at a very low level of stability. As such, faculty have borne the brunt of much of that through having minimum or no raises over a course of a number of years, and maintaining the morale and the positive efforts and energy of faculty, staff, administrators is a challenge in that kind of an environment. We have not, in my time at Northern State in Aberdeen, we have not sustained that type of a budget hit. However, when I was a dean, we did go through some significant budget cuts of about 10%. And the way we managed that was in a very careful process of identifying areas that we thought could be streamlined, that could perhaps be pared back. And then that becomes the difficult task of looking at programs that perhaps need to be either eliminated or combined with a program at another institution. We put together some collaborative agreements in very low enrolled programs with other institutions in order to maintain the program at a system level. So that would be my experience with it. We all know that the large chunk of any budget at any institution is in personnel. And so when you're looking at future budget cuts, it's so important to understand the big picture of the institution, and if there happens to be any low-hanging fruit that can be considered when it comes to budget reductions, certainly that's an area that we would look very closely at. One of the areas of confidence I have about Valley City State is in my communication and conversations, brief conversations with the leadership here during my interview a few weeks ago. It's clear that they, even though it was difficult, they really established a good plan for addressing those cuts, and they have plans for moving forward. So while I don't know the specifics of those yet, I will be curious to have the opportunity to work with them so that Valley City can not just manage a cut, but grow through a cut.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next, our faculty rep, Birgit.
I think you have already answered some of my question, but if there's anything you want to add on the topic of relationships between the university president and the leadership team, in particular with faculty and staff. And as a specific example, I would like to know about a time where a subordinate showed you a better way of getting where you wanted your organization to go.
Could you repeat the last part of that question, the specific part?
Tell us about a time when a subordinate showed you a better way of getting where you wanted your organization to go.
Oh, great. Thank you. I think the relationships and the communication and the style of leadership that I have can be summed up in one word, and that's collaboration. Working with a team of folks who are all committed to a common goal of success. I can tell you that a specific example of this in my role currently as provost, I work with the deans on a daily basis, but we have strategy meetings where we sit down and we look at things, and we we were trying to determine, in my last year as dean and first year as provost, how do we help this retention issue change? How do we turn that around? And through a Title III grant, we were able to establish professional academic advisors in each of the academic units. These were folks that truly understand the schedule, the calendar, the course sequence, the programs of study, and they're the folks that would help ensure that the students can successfully navigate through their entire program. That has played a significant role in our increase in retention on our campus, along with several other things, of course. But when it comes to enrollment, one of the things we're trying to bolster in my current institution are our summer enrollments, our face-to-face summer enrollments. There was a time not that long ago when summer activities on campus were just bustling. And now with the advent of, but with the continued improvement of online delivery and the convenience that that provides for several students, we've seen those face-to-face on-campus programs and students and courses dwindle a bit in their size. And so what we've done is I asked our assessment and IR person to provide a list for me of the highest failure rate courses that our students have the most difficulty with during the year. And there was a whole series of about 25 courses that came back that were determined to be the highest failure rate. Realizing that we have several student athletes that stay on campus during the summer, in fact, 60 of 70 returning football players were all on campus last summer for summer workouts and summer jobs. They stayed in the community. And realizing that there are other students who need to attain their degree as soon as possible, retaking a course in which they struggled is the fastest way to that success. So I've communicated and worked with the athletic director, who worked with the coaches, to identify 4 courses that they could provide, that would be of great benefit to their student athletes in the summer. And just yesterday in our dean's meeting, we were putting together a plan for delivering these courses face-to-face this summer. The next step, of course, is to identify when is the best time. What time of day? Is it an evening course that will meet their needs best? Is it something during the day? So while the results of that still have not yet been determined, I think it's going to be a really good step to reinvigorating our campus in the summer by providing more face-to-face courses, which students really, truly need to be successful.
Excellent. Any follow-up questions or comments? Andy?
I have one follow-up question related to that. I'm going to take this out of here. It works a whole lot better if you take it out, I think. Can you describe your involvement with staff leadership on campus? And how would you engage the staff on campus in input and decision-making and things like that on campus? Can you describe that for us?
Sure. Are we talking NFE, CSA? What type of staff? All administrative staff?
The janitors to the top?
Yeah, absolutely. Every single person plays an important role in the success of the university. My relationship with those staff is very communicative. And it would continue to be so here. They need to know, that they're so appreciated for their work. The Northern Campus for many years, and I think I read somewhere that this happened at Valley City, there's many similarities between our institutions, was recognized for 3 years in a row as the most beautiful physical plant in the state of South Dakota, of all state facilities. In fact, I think Northern won it for so many years they quit giving the award. And when something happens on campus that is significant, whether it be a room that's just been painted or the campus green looking immaculate, I'll get on the phone and I'll call the physical plant director and I'll say, "Thanks, Monty, things look great. Please express my thanks to your crew for all the fine work they're doing." And just that little note or an email of appreciation is so important. And that's my style. That's how I would continue to operate here, recognizing excellence, recognizing good things that are happening, and also being aware of their concerns and issues. And making sure they understand that they have a listening ear in me, and I'd be willing to do whatever I could to help improve the situation in which they're working.
Thank you. Nick, did you have a?
I do two things. Thank you, Chairman Morgan. Chair Morton. Dr. LaFave, just one quick follow-up. You gave kind of an example of an innovative idea for bolstering summer enrollment, and that plan's kind of underway. So I'm not quite sure where that will go. I'm really excited, and it sounds like a great idea. But can you kind of tell me about another time that you've had to sell a new idea to your team with some detail and what the result was?
This idea of targeted recruiting was not widely embraced by all of the folks on campus. They saw how it could work extremely well for a band director who needs to have a wide variety of instrumentation covered, and they saw how that could work from an athletic perspective, but they weren't convinced that that would also work from an academic perspective. As soon as we started looking at that and getting more granular into the detail, looking at capacities, classroom capacities, for example, major capacities, faculty loads, and you tie all of that into one particular focus area, then they started to see, this could work, and this could work, and it did work. And I was able to institute that across the entire School of Fine Arts, and now we're doing that institutionally when we have our conversations on enrollment and on program development and program growth. We get very targeted with the way that and very intentional with how we populate those programs. And we look at them on an annual basis. We look at the trends. Are they staying stable? Are they growing? Are they going down? And if so, why? What are the potential reasons for that? Lots of things can impact those enrollments. That's one example I can think of I would call that innovative, very, very direct, targeted recruiting. I can think of some others if you'd like to have more examples, but that's one.
I guess, Mr. Chair, I'm trying to understand how you sold that to that management team. Not specifically the idea, but talk to me about the process.
Well, I think it's easy to sell things that are successful, and showing that we had success with that in one particular area, showing how it worked in one unit and how that could be incorporated into the other units was the key for selling that.
Chair Morton.
I'm convincing as well.
Yeah.
So.
Could I ask another question?
Casey.
Dr. Fave, as provost, can you tell me what the most negative thing is that you've had to deal with and how you managed it?
Yeah. I think probably it would be personnel related. When there's an issue with a faculty member that's not performing and it's determined that they're not going to be a fit for the institution, working with the dean, working with the chair in those departments, doing everything we possibly can through a work improvement plan, doing everything we can to assist them. But then if it still doesn't work, then making that very difficult decision of moving in a different direction. For me, that has been the most difficult challenge that I've faced as provost, because there's a human element to what we do, and that's very difficult because you're impacting people, you're impacting families, you're impacting lives, and obviously we want everyone to be successful, and so there are many mechanisms in place to help that success, but when you've exhausted every one of those and you need to move in another direction, that's been the most difficult example that I can share with you.
Okay, one other little follow-up. So you were so lucky as to escape no campus-wide disaster in the last 3 to 4 years?
Yeah, in terms of personnel or campus-wide?
No, in terms of, where things blow up and you,
you
didn't do it, but it happened.
Yeah, no, the biggest disaster we had, I think, was when a pipe broke and it flooded a piano that was about a $120,000 piano, and that was a bit of a disaster. But no major campus-wide disasters that I've had
Very
to deal with.
Thank you.
Chair Morton.
Yes, Jill.
Thank you. One follow-up question. How would you enhance Valley City's relationship with the PK, or excuse me, the pre-K-12 school systems in North Dakota?
Right. Excellent question. I think the relationship is already good, from what I understand. The reputation of the education program here is stellar. People come from all over the state to pursue that degree on this campus. I think there are several things we could do. First of all, just being present and making sure that I'm open and meeting with with the different school district leaders throughout the state, finding out what they need. Are there some parts of our teacher education preparation that they see as strengths? Are there some parts that they would like to see improved? What can we do with the student teaching experience, with the internship experiences? What can we do to provide resources for them to help them be more successful? And then, of course, I think overall, from a more global view, what can we do to help ensure that the students at that level are being prepared adequately for success when they do enter the college environment?
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you. I really appreciate your thoughts on targeted recruiting. I think in academia, if you look at the creative arts faculty and the athletic departments, they probably do as good a job recruiting as anyone. When I get a chance to talk to corporations, I always share with them, you always like to talk to the coach about team building and motivation. Talk to them about recruiting, the emotion, the commitment, the time, the passion they put into recruiting. And in this day and age, corporations that do that and schools, universities that do that are going to win. And if they don't, they're not going to win. But I appreciate your thoughts on that. If offered, are you prepared to accept the presidency?
Yes.
Do you have any questions for us?
I do. Briefly, I'm just curious from a system perspective, getting back to the question about budget, what plans are in place to preserve the strength and the future of higher education in North Dakota, and how does Valley City State play a role in helping ensure that success?
Well, thank you for that question, and I can assure you this board has been pretty brave. They have gone on record with our budget finance chair right here and in this room to request a needs-based budget. This is a significant break from just a couple of years ago when they followed the governor's budget, which was a fairly big cut. They've also put on the table a 4% pay raise for faculty. Back to your point, if you look at inflation several years, we're way down, not just nominal numbers, but real. And then in addition, the board put in $5 million for innovative workforce initiatives, meaning if you come up with something that we think can work and you got matching money from businesses, that they're willing to give you some money to experiment. And that's whoever's most experimental and innovative in the system. So several things, but that budget is working through right now, and I'll defer to our budget finance chair if he wants to give more detail, but the board recognizes the complexity of the situation. And also we value the small campuses. It's a fascinating, and the governor is very open to this. He spent just 7 hours with us. I mean, that is an incredible commitment on understanding higher ed. He understands it has to help create, the new economy and all the rest. But they also recognized that the smaller colleges, for some reason, are resonating with people. We have several colleges that are hitting record enrollment, the smaller ones, and the bigger ones are having, some declines. And that may be just a structural thing with the Minnesota students. But we definitely value the fact that smaller colleges reach out. And the last thing we'd point out is, you saw this, the Chronicle had a major publication on the difficulty of geographical isolation and recognize North Dakota as one of the four most challenged states because of our diverse, spread out population, which is nice. You don't want all the countryside depopulating, but we very much value small campuses and how they reach out. But as to your point, we've got to improve retention and make sure the students are getting what they need to succeed. So is that helpful?
Yes, thank you.
Other board members, any input? I would say this, as a board, we have 11 different campuses, and one size does not fit all. And so we're trying very hard to empower each of the campus leadership to make decisions that are best for their campus, try to give the campus leadership as much autonomy as possible. We have schools that are on the Minnesota border that have some different enrollment issues than schools in the middle of the state. And so those are some things that we're trying to do.
Great.
Well, with that, I think you're done with us.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Thank you for your time today. I wish you the best.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have time for a break? Pardon? We will take I'm told we'll take a break until 9:45. Be back at 9:45. Casey, you might have to help us keep track of Nick. Okay. We'll reconvene. Does Wesley here want to introduce the next?
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to introduce our next finalist and candidate, Dr. James Williams. Dr. Williams holds the following degrees: the Doctor of Philosophy in Educational Policy and Leadership in Higher Education from the University of Kansas, a Master's of Business Administration from the University of Nebraska at Kearney, a Master of Education from South Dakota State University, and also a Bachelor's of Science degree in Management from Keene State College. Dr. Jim Williams currently serves as the Vice President for Student Affairs at Emporia State University in Kansas. Jim has held a senior leadership position there since 2004, including service as Associate Provost for Enrollment Management and Vice President for Strategic Partnerships. Jim's most recent community leadership roles include the Board of Directors for the Emporia Area Chamber of Commerce, the Newman Regional Hospital Board, and Flint Hills Technical College. With a passion for access and opportunity, Jim served as the first co-chair of the Kansas Board of Regents Transfer and Articulation Council, a board-appointed body charged with building a transfer and articulation process between the 6 regent institutions of Kansas and the 19 community colleges. Jim and his wife Helen have 2 daughters, Emma, a junior at South Dakota State University, and Betsy, a high school senior. They enjoy participating in both campus and community activities and taking an active role in supporting education. And it is my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. James Williams.
Thank you, Wesley. Welcome, Dr. Williams.
Welcome.
Very nice to have you here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Don Morton. I'm the chairman of the board, and we will go around and have you meet the rest of the board. We'll start with Andy.
Got to test out this new microphone, see if it works. Andy Wakeford, staff advisor to the board, and I work at Lake Region State College. That's my day job.
You have your own.
This one. Okay.
Could have pressed the button.
Okay, my name is Birgit Pröss. I'm a faculty at North Dakota State University, and I'm the faculty advisor on the board. Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
I'm Dan Trainer. I'm a lawyer in Devils Lake, North Dakota, and I'm a member of the board.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Dr. Williams. I'm Dr. Casey Ryan, board member. I practice endocrinology, internal medicine in Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning, Dr. Williams. I'm Nick Hacker. I'm a board member, and I work in the real estate and title insurance business.
Nice to meet you. Yes?
Chris Pesky, I'm an assistant attorney general and board attorney.
I'm still Don Morton.
Greg Steeman, board member from Oaks, North Dakota.
Good to see you.
Meyer with the University.
Good morning, and thank you for being here, Dr. Williams. I'm Kathy Nessett. I'm a past chair, a board member, and I'm a geologist working the Bakken oil field.
Good morning, Dr. Williams. Jill Louders, board member, superintendent, New Rockford Cheyenne School District.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning. I'm the student member on the board. My home campus is Williston State.
Nice to meet you.
Very good. We'll get started, and I'll have the first question. Dr. Williams, please describe your background and your current position, and why you believe your background and current role qualify you to be the next president of Valley City State University.
Wonderful. Well, first off, thank you for having me. This is quite an honor. It has been a wonderful experience and an opportunity to explore both the system and the university and the wonderful things that are here and things to be capitalized on. I have a vast background in higher education. I've been very fortunate. I'm a first-generation college student, and I started my education at a normal school in Keene, New Hampshire. I have always been attracted to institutions that provide access, opportunity, and have teaching and learning as the principal mission. And so as my career has progressed, I've been very fortunate to be at a number of institutions. I started in student affairs. I have been at Emporia State University for 22 years. We arrived in Emporia for 3 years, and so We just had an opportunity upon opportunity to continue to learn and grow in the higher education profession. I have been privileged to serve both on the academic side of the house as well as the student services side of the house. And I think what I bring to the position is a knowledge of the big picture, an understanding of what it takes to continue to be successful, the need for higher education today to be adaptive, the need for higher education to be in touch with not only the students they serve, but also the communities and the regions they interact with as a component of both the economic development and the quality of life experience. And so I've been very fortunate to practice those skills on a system level, as well as on my campus, and as well as being involved in community leadership positions and philanthropic opportunities.
Thank you. Very well stated. We'll hear from our staff representative, Andy.
Morning again.
Morning.
You recently were on campus and met with many on campus.
Mm-hmm.
What did you observe and what did you learn about Valley City State University and the result of that information that you gathered? What opportunities and what challenges have you identified? And as president, how would you address those opportunities and challenges?
Okay. It has been, as I mentioned earlier, quite the experience to dig into and learn about Valley City State. Two things have stuck in my mind as I've experienced this campus. The can-do attitude. It is absolutely prevalent and it is strong. That's a wonderful component, and that is across the board. That is anybody on the campus, including the students that you talk with, they have an attitude that things can be done. There is a spirit of innovation, and I think that is key to positioning institutions and universities as being partners within the community, the region, and the state. There is a thoughtful approach to students. Many students talk about the power of the student being the central focus. You see that on this campus. And I use my student affairs lens. It's truthful. It's truly there. When students are talking about spending time with professors, re-educating themselves on the curriculum that they missed in class, having a connection with both athletics and the performing arts, that involvement creates that student-centered experience. There are challenges. I come from public higher education. Funding is principal on all of our minds. Diversifying how we survive. There are challenges, I think, in continuing to be cutting edge. But the spirit that underlies what's at this institution is powerful. I believe a leader should not be focused on making themselves the best, but be focused on working with people to empower their strengths so the totality of the whole can be better. And I've tried to practice that my entire career, and I see this as an institution that approach to leadership, innovation, some good hard work really will continue to fulfill both the strategic plan and the vision of the institution. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Kathy next.
Thank you, Don. And thank you, Dr. Williams, very much for spending your time here with us. I would like you to link the State Board of Higher Education, our strategic plan, with that of Valley City State University. Could you share with us your vision of how those two link together?
Sure, absolutely. One of the things that's attractive about this presidency is it is part of a system. And within that context, there are some significant strengths to being a president within a system. One of them is, if nothing else in this case, having 11 colleagues that are looking for the message and the voice of the institution as a whole. The strategic plan in the Envision 2030 that I've been able to research and understand, I'm going to be honest with you, those tenets related to students fit the mission of Valley City State University. a focus on the student, a focus on the future student, a focus on diversity, a focus on liberal arts and the humanities. Those are the precipice of what Valley City State University offers the system. So I think in that context, there's a foundation for the institution and the strategic plan, which is looking at enrollment. It's looking at student learning. It's looking at opportunity and efficiencies to capitalize on that totality of that 2030 vision. The other component that I see there is, as you look at the needs of workforce development, there are components of technical education and there are opportunities for all of us in universities to capitalize on. But specific to Valley City State University is the concept of the soft skills and what repeatedly, over and over again, I saw in all of the industry markets expressing a need for. And so positioning the university, the goal I would have is positioning the university to be an active participant in Envision 2030. There is a lot to offer, and there may be things that continue to happen at Valley City that can be piloted for the system. I don't like saying no. I like to getting to yes. Now, sometimes you can't get to yes by the way the question was asked. You have to maybe do a derivative or two. But I think having a spirit that's present on this campus and being able to actively participate in the strategic plan of both the campus and the system is a wonderful asset and an opportunity to be built upon.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Don.
Thank you. Next question, Nick.
Thank you, Chair Morton. Dr. Williams, can you express or describe your views on campus governance, collaboration from students and faculty and staff, all the way to what it means to you to be a part of Valley City, not just Valley City State University, and talk a little bit about your view on the institution and its role within the community.
Absolutely. I think one of the assets a president must take advantage of is shared governance. To ignore or not have the voice of the faculty, of the staff, and of the students in the decision-making process, well, that's, there's 3 or 4 stages of a president. The new president, the fill in the adjective that may not be positive, and the former president. And I think not embracing and understanding the concept of shared governance, you go from 1 to 4 rather fast. So from the concept and understanding of shared governance, I myself, having been a faculty senate senator to now the, quote, administration, I see the necessity of having that voice and that understanding. So that in and of itself is very, very important to the interactions of the university. Now, it's not stating that it's a democracy, but it is stating that a president and I myself would absolutely employ active listening to see that big picture. The university and the community, that relationship is very important. Students are coming to the university for their first quote-unquote adult experiences, and the community plays a vital role in the educational mission of the institution. From as fundamental things as signing the first lease and understanding the legalities of what I do in a community, to the opportunity to partner with business and industries and enhance not only the community's economic foundation, but also the educational outreach. And I think as president, that's one of the aspects that I get very excited about, is being in the Valley City community. I think it's no secret that this is a foundation of where my wife's family is from. And so we have been in Valley City a number of times and know the heart and the soul of the community and the interaction. And candidly, that would be a significant honor for us to be engaged in that community. But what I get excited about are the educational opportunities that we can partner with K-12. Things in the region. What can we be doing in the schools to enhance the teachers' abilities? We're founded on teacher education. That mission cannot go away. That's vital to the sustainability of the state. Strong teacher education. We're founded on a sense that this is an opportunity and this is an access. So what are we doing in our enrollment management programs to make sure that we are an option for students? You look at the growth of the Fargo-Moorhead area, 50 miles away. That's a phenomenal opportunity for the institution to build upon. What can our students be doing in the community in the manner of philanthropy? And those are the things that I've had experiences with as vice president that are very exciting. It's wonderful to clean up parks and things, but I get really excited when I hear business majors talking about building a marketing plan for a nonprofit organization that can't afford to hire external consultants. Those are all characteristics of the president and the administration and the faculty and the staff being involved in the community. And one of the unwritten expectations would be that we afford faculty and staff and administrators of the campus to be in leadership roles within the community too, and be supportive of that so that we do have that synchronization of that common goal.
Thank you. Jill?
Chair Morton. Dr. Williams, what has been your experience with legislative processes? What do you believe to be the university's role during a legislative session? And finally, how would it link to the state board's initiatives and strategic plan?
Okay. I think a university's role in a legislative session should not necessarily be different than a university's role outside of a legislative session. Because I think one of the principal things the university's role is to be listening to what is the feedback and what are the questions. My experience has been both as an advocate for Emporia State University and in an advocacy role for federal funding for programs, as well as clearly understanding the expectation of the system. And so in this case, one of the first things that as president I would do is make sure that I'm in communication with the chancellor and understand what is the messaging that's coming out of the North Dakota University system within the context of the higher education picture for North Dakota. And where is the line between advocacy for Valley City State University and on specific initiatives that may be there? Now, I'm going to do something a little bit dangerous, and I'm going to make an assumption that the chancellor and the board's probably going to be fully vetted and aware of what the needs are of Valley City State University, or I'm not doing my job. But you're also going to be aware of if there are specific enhancements or such that we, as an institution here, need to be advancing with the legislature. I've had the privilege of advocating for TRIO funding in Washington, D.C., and testifying in front of 5 states, senators and representatives, and presenting the return on investment to the economy TRIO funding presents. In Kansas, for example, the $1.6 million we have in one grant returns $15.9 million to the economy of Kansas. That's not small dollars. So part of my knowledge and my learning has been explaining how we are benefiting as an entity of higher education, the state and the citizens of the state. But I've also learned, I think, over time that sometimes simply saying thank you, we're never going to always articulate, we want more, but sometimes it is necessary to really understand that these are some hard decisions and that there are a number of entities vying for the same funding. And sometimes you have to thank elected officials for the hard position that they're in. And so I think there's a level of gratitude, too, that's necessary when you interact with legislatures. And then finally, thinking about this carefully, we teach when new students come to our campus, speak clearly, speak concisely, and don't use our internal jargon. And I think from a standpoint of our role as an institution and as a system, sometimes we have to think about, is this making sense when I'm articulating it with this acronym and that acronym? Is the message getting across? Is there clarity in the message? And so I think making sure that we're clear and concise in how we interact. But it is relationship. And it is a situation in where, you know, there are some phenomenal assets for Valley City State University. Senator Robinson is an absolute component of success and someone that, you know, if I'm appointed president, we'll spend a lot of time with understanding the nuance of the culture. The legislative culture here in North Dakota is not much different than the legislative culture in Kansas. And a lot of times we find understanding and explaining and taking it back a step to really truly actively listen, we get a little further than wringing our hands and saying, but we need more, but we need more. Then finally, in that answer, and I know this is a long answer, but I think it's so important, the leadership of the campus in making sound and strategic decisions based on what we do receive from the legislature is a responsibility. And we better understand that we are being watched and that we are truly being transparent in how we're making those decisions and how we are expending the trust the taxpayers of North Dakota putting in the system by providing the allocations. And so I think that open and honest communication and transparency.
Thank you. I like your thoughts on the internal jargon, the downside of that. That's very good. And listening, of course, is very important. And you raised that issue also. Dan, you have a question?
Yes, Dr. Williams, thank you for coming today. The State Board of Higher Education has a unified system of higher education in North Dakota. Could you describe how you see Valley City collaborating with the other institutions within the university system here?
I think there are a number of opportunities that are already taking place and potentially opportunities that can be enhanced. We should be very, very open with the needs of our students. But I don't believe that every institution has to reinvent the wheel. And so I think immediately as we look at efficiencies, as we look at services, are there shared services that can be capitalized upon as a system? The second, access, I cannot state enough my belief in access, is the curriculum of Valley City State University articulated across all of the two-year institutions so that there is seamless transfer without loss of progress towards degree. And I think that's vital, and I think you heard my short bio. I took that on, and I'm going to say took that on in Kansas. And we're very proud of the fact that all of our general education in Kansas is now articulated across 19 community colleges and tech colleges and 6 universities. And we are starting to look at some of the upper division level articulations. But that's continuing to provide access for students. I think the heat plant and the coal filtration are a phenomenal example of a partnership. And they're an opportunity to collaborate both academically and economically. I think as president, empowering the team at the university to meet with their colleagues, build those conversations. I think partnering with our K-12 systems so that we can provide opportunity and access for coursework in some of our regions of the state that are a little more difficult to find that faculty member that can teach college-level calculus. To partner with our community on enrichment. What can we do as an institution within the system that generally capitalizes on the resources we have. Sometimes that's asking for assistance. There may be situations here where there's some expertise. Again, it goes to the common denominator, look for the strengths within the system. But I think as an institution, making sure that we're at the table providing the same level of cooperation and conversation across the system so that we can lend our expertise to a number of issues that may be of benefit to our other colleagues. But a system is designed by nature as a system to be collegial, and I think that has to be capitalized on.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. I think you have done your homework well. You mentioned a couple of topics that are hot buttons for us, shared services and collaboration. Congratulations. Let's hear from our student, Ashley.
Thank you. What is your experience with mentoring and motivating students, and how would you, as president, interact and communicate with them?
I've built my career on empowering students. Students are why we're there. It's cliche as that sounds. If there's no students, there's no need for any of us to have this focus. My experiences have been looking for what are the students' needs. And students' needs are not the same today as they were even 5 or 6 years ago when I was the vice president for student affairs. They continually change. The biggest component I can have as president is listening to the students and being interactive with the students. When Helen and I were meeting with the students, I got a chance to really understand how that's going to be here, and I was very excited because the students, after a few moments, one of them looked right at me and he said, "Are you going to be the president? Are you going to be Dr. Williams? Are you going to be Jim?" And I kind of chuckled and I said, "I'm going to be Jim because I've always been Jim." I mean, it's an honor to have a PhD, but there's a level there that, let's face it, approachability, sometimes you need to be thinking about that. But I want to be able to be open to the students and have access and opportunity with the students, but I also want to be able to get the students to the immediate component of the campus that can help them best if they're having concerns. I want to be able to celebrate with the students their successes and think about them on the concept of what does this mean for the future of the university. The students are the alumni are the donors. Building that relationship over time with students and watching that pattern grow with the students is really very, very important. I have a competitive streak, and so I was certainly, as fundamental as it sounds, will be at athletic events, be at fine arts performances, but being visible to the students. And that's just not when the students invite me in. When I stop someone on campus, I say, "How is your day going?" I think it's generally known I'm really interested in how is your day going, and not the, "Oh, it's going well," because I'll ask a follow-up question normally, and then sometimes the students will look and go, "Huh?" But the students are the lifeblood. I have 2 days that I absolutely love, and that is the first day when the students and the parents are there and they're enrolling, and then the first day when the students are dropped off at campus and you see that wide-eye wonder. I have one day that I don't like so much, and it's very selfish, and that is graduation day. Now, there are students that I see walk across the stage and I'm like, "Oh, thank goodness, we did it." But I would say the majority of times it's students that are walking across the stage and I am literally going to miss them. And you can ask my family, graduation day, I go home and kind of sulk for a couple of hours until I can recharge. But then the next year, a new crop comes in, you get to be with them for 4 years, sometimes 5, every so often 1 or 2, 6. But the students are what keeps me going. I got a thank you card from a student 10 years ago and saying, "You probably don't remember this." And it was just this one little moment that I saw them crying and I said, "Hey, what's going on? And let's go and do something." And they sent me a thank you card and said, "I just finished and I sat for my licensure as a licensed counselor and I was going home until you stopped and said, 'Whoa, what's going on?'" that gives me the chill bumps, and that's what keeps me going, and that's what I look forward to as a president, continuing that type of relationship.
Thanks for sharing those experiences, Jim. We'll call on Greg now.
I'm still going to call you Dr. Williams.
Okay. I'll still answer.
Welcome back, by the way.
Thank you.
Managing enrollment will be a key challenge for the next president. What have been your experiences in this area? And then once the students are with you, what do you think are the best indicators of student success in higher education?
I've had a lot of experience. Actually, I've had ground floor experience in building an enrollment management program, because as an institution, we had this culture, if we build it, they'll come, and all of a sudden they weren't coming. And so my experiences have been a number of things looking at both retention and the recruitment of students. The recruitment of students is tricky. You have these industry standards that say it's all social media now. Well, in my culture in Kansas, that's a small component of it, because mom and dad are still very, very, very involved in the decision of where the student is going to go to school. And so then you add on to that a complexity of a campaign that goes towards still the print media, the view books, the traditional approaches. Then you have the visual media along the interstate, those different types of things. Part of the successful enrollment management program, and I know that they're doing that here because you wouldn't be posting the enrollment growths that have been posted in the pattern that they've been posted, is making sure you're recruiting the correct students to the institution. And by that I mean focused communication within the value added your institution has. So those students looking for an experience in which they are engaged in a number of different facets of the institution, the mission of Valley City State University fits potentially very well, because you can point to stories of students that are being active in internships and athletics and music, as well as community service. So part of the approach in the recruitment side is really making sure that you're focusing in on your different market segments. And I hate talking about higher education as business, but when you're talking about enrollment management, it's business, and it's a number of business concepts in that marketing and recruiting world. The other aspect is making sure that we are singing our virtues externally. A 4-year degree in English at North Dakota State University, Valley City State University, says it's a 4-year degree in English. But what are the niches? What are the nuances of the 4-year degree in English at North Dakota State? What are the nuances in the niche of the 4-year degree at Valley City State University? Well, at Valley City, you have this added opportunity, you have this added opportunity. That becomes the value added that the students and the parents may be looking at. The retention component is twofold. It's what are we offering in our academic programs that are cutting edge and adaptive, as well as what are we doing as a totality of the campus in communicating those checkpoints with our students. So is there a mechanism that if a employee in the residence halls sees a student not going to class, they're reporting that through in a student academic performance module or such? Because that employee may have a conversation with that student, and that's the turning point in that student continuing to be engaged with the campus. To the extent of how we look at our data, what are the gateway courses to first-year students? What are the challenges in those gateway courses? Are there opportunities to capitalize on the student's challenge with fiscal needs? In other words, if we have courses that are to DFW at a high rate, is there an opportunity to hire upper division majors as a student employee, sit them in that class, and they do supplemental education? That's a phenomenal tool in enrollment management, particularly in the retention, because the student participating in the class, and then they are using a peer-to-peer relationship and reteaching the materials. Plus, that student is getting an outstanding experience with a faculty member and enhancing maybe what their components are. The retention rate, I believe, at the institution is 72%, and I think that's a great baseline. But what can we do to move that higher? The attributes of the institution somewhat suggest that that should be higher. And so, from a standpoint of the strategic plan, what is the investment in that component of enrollment management? Then finally, I think that the third category, and it's very difficult, is the affordability and is the loan debt that the students are taking on. And that is something that I think a lot of us for a long time in higher education thought the student signs the loan and they don't think about it. That's about as absolutely false as it can get. The student signs the loan and then they are guilty because they know that this means a commitment not only for them, but also their family. They know there may be other siblings coming along. And so whatever we can do to manage the affordability and to manage the opportunities for that student not to be worried about the financial component, which is a double-edged sword. It means scholarships and means wonderful partnerships with our foundation, but it also means a responsibility of the institution to make sure that we're keeping our tuition and our fees within the reasonable aspect, as well as looking at what kind of employment opportunities can we foster and build within our community. So the check marks along the way are the continuation of that student engaged in the institution and the ability at some point for us to credential that student. Sometimes that credential has to happen at an associate's level, and that's a 2-year. So what are we doing as an institution to reconnect with all of our students that have received associate's degrees or say 30 hours shy of their 4-year degree? Are we re-recruiting them as adult learners? And are we modifying our system to be able to address those adult learners who may be place-bound but want to finish that degree? So what type of undergraduate access do we have in distance education? And then again, continuing on in that enrollment management world, are we offering and do we have the right mix of graduate education? We're a university, and that's an important distinction. Do we have the right mix in graduate education to continue to enhance the workforce and enhance people's personal lives and opportunities?
Well done. Thank you. And I think, Casey, you're next.
It's me. Dr. Williams, I think this is a question you may have anticipated. In the last biennium, 2017-2019, North Dakota legislature took $106 million or 17.3% out of the NDUS budget operating funds, of which Valley City State University, it was $5 million or 19.8%. In your career, have you experienced budget reductions of this magnitude, and what processes will you use to develop the upcoming budget?
The answer, in short, is yes. I can give you the years. It was almost when I became vice president. There was the Great Recession of 2004, and then 2009, and then most recently we had another, quote, allotment of for our campus in the neighborhood of $2.7 million. A couple of approaches have been necessary all along. One, we have grounded ourselves in what is the strategic plan. How do we make budget allocations that support what is in the strategic plan? Two is being very open in engaging the campus in conversations about how are we going to enhance our efficiencies with the reduction, in our case, of $2.5 million. In the case of my division, I was responsible, if we did a percentage across the board, of $263,000. But in the case of the institution, that left our academic affairs colleagues with somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.2 million that was their responsibility. and through the use of our shared governance, our voices, our students, and the leadership team, we couldn't do that to the academic component of the institution. And so, working collaboratively, I reduced my division's budget in the neighborhood of $900,000. We earmarked salary increases because that was important for our faculty, and our staff that year did not get the salary increase because we had such a disparity in where our faculty salaries were. The long and short of it is we made a lot of hard decisions, not popular across the board, and it goes back to when I said, I believe in the voice and such, but sometimes it's not a democracy. And those decisions, once we felt that we had had a strong vetting of the feedback, those decisions were made. The other component we did is we took, I don't think at the time I would call it an opportunity, but I would call it an opportunity now. We had a number of initiatives that we were funding on end of the year savings. We eloquently called it the fairy dust. We also addressed those. And so we actually worked through probably an additional $700,000 in reductions so that we built that foundation of the budget based on the strategic plan. I would fully expect that there are going to continue to be budgeting challenges. I think continuing the conversation with the campus, learning about the past, working with the very strong staff and administration and faculty that are here on campus, we'll continue to have those conversations, but I think we can continue to focus it on the mission and vision and the strategic plan of the institution within the context and partnership in the system. I would like nothing more than be able to empower people when they come forward with ideas to say, yep, let's get on it. And maybe what we'll need to do in looking at our budget structure is figure out ways in which there can be a component within the budget that can be applied to that innovation and that entrepreneurial spirit. But I think there's some initiatives here. I will go back to the heat plant. I put on the MBA hat, and I've read everything I can read on that. And I certainly will want to spend some time learning from the folks here. But that looks like an opportunity on a number of different senses, and it's a matter of what's the next steps so that that opportunity doesn't slip away.
Thank you.
Thank you. In full transparency, when it comes to the budget, we did not go through the 2009 experience like the rest of the country. We were very well off those years, so it eventually caught up to us. Birgit, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. My question is, what do you see as the relationship between the university president and the leadership team, and also with faculty and staff? And as a specific example, please tell us about a time when a subordinate showed you a better way of going where you wanted your organization to go.
I think the relationship between the faculty, the staff, the president, and the administration is partnership. And it goes back to capitalizing on the voices that each entity represents. I am not the be-all, end-all. I am not at all opposed to someone saying, no, I think you need to look at this and this and this. Trying to think of a specific time. I'll use a specific time when I took over enrollment management and created enrollment management. I didn't think about the graduate side of recruiting students. So I went cruising right in with funnel management, and here's how you do it, and your graduate programs can't be taking 9 to 12 months to admit a student, and you've got to do this and this and this and this. And I had some very strong colleagues. One of them happened to be the faculty senate president at the time that said, Jim, put the brakes on and take a step back and listen. And I said, okay. Well, there were nuances in graduate enrollment and graduate school retention. And those nuances were overlooked in the way that Jim wanted to do it because he was trying to make a one-size-fits-all. I was very grateful and was able to sit down with faculty and have a conversation. And I don't know if it's good or bad, it appointed me to the graduate council as an ex officio member, so it added another meeting a month. But there was a knowledge that was gained. If I sit here and tell you I have all of the answers, then you will want to say thank you for your time, Dr. Williams, and enjoy the ride back. My success has been because I work with a lot of people who can be open and honest and communicate as a team. We don't always understand why something may be an emotional button, but we certainly understand that that's got to be addressed. And I think that's an expectation I bring of myself as the president, that I will certainly make the hard decisions, but I will certainly listen to the constituents and to my team members as I make that. I think if you ask the cabinet, one of my questions in the interview with them was, can you tell me no? You'll be happy to know they answered immediately yes. They can tell me no, but they also asked me if I can tell them no. And my answer was, I can, having listened, but I will not simply say no. I will have a list of how I deducted and got to that decision. Some of them may not be things that people like, but I won't simply autocratically say no. It will come with conversations about how we got to that point.
That's the end of our formal questions. Are there, as we went through this process, are there any follow-up questions or comments that board members have?
Chair Morton, I'd like to ask again, Dr. Williams, what's the most negative thing you've had to deal with, say, in the last 5 years? And how did you manage that?
I think I can think of two things. One, we have gone through a period of time where we have felt underappreciated as higher education. Dealing with that was learning why there was that perception. And there were some difficult things to hear as a system and then as a campus. When I took over enrollment management personally, our enrollment was decreasing. And what was very difficult was to get people to buy in to being part of the solution. And I had about 6 months, and then our next enrollment numbers came out, and they didn't go up. And so there was a lot of I told you so, and is this an example of the Peter principle? So working through that negativity as a campus and building that positive energy forward really, I think, taught me a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of grit, but also really, I think, highlighted there's so much to be educated and learn on that. The things that are gut-wrenchingly difficult are when I'm working with parents and meeting them at the funeral home because their students perished in a house fire. Those type of things are the things that stick with me for years. But the hardest thing I always focus on is, why is there this negative perception of something that so many people believe in, and what are we doing wrong? I hope that answers the...
Very good, thank you.
Andy?
Chair Morton, Dr. Williams, I have a follow-up question. I think you've elaborated on this a little bit already, but describe your involvement with staff leadership on campus and your previous experiences, and tell us how you would engage staff and allow them to have input on in campus-based decisions.
I've used both the formal and the informal mechanisms. The formal mechanisms are the councils and meeting with the council presidents and soliciting feedback. The informal mechanisms have been we as a division meet with all 127 employees once a year and do professional development for them. And then I have folks that I meet with for a cup of coffee. How's it going? A lot of times that engagement is one-on-one. I am an absolute management by walking around type concept, although I don't really call it management, but going out and about and seeing what the folks are doing, and acknowledging and being appreciative of what folks do. That voice of the staff, staff are in some unique situations and some unique positions. And many times staff hear things that other folks don't hear because there's the guard down. I grew up in residential life, and I will tell you some of the best experiences for our students were something the custodian overheard and turned that in, and then is part of that community. The other thing that I think is very important is celebrating the staff and the work that the staff does, and acknowledging. A handwritten thank you note's a foreign concept this day and age, but sending a thank you note, now my handwriting's not the best, but sending a thank you note saying, hey, I was walking through your building and it looks phenomenal. That new paint job that the facilities crew worked on, wow. Just those general types of things. Hey, the students are saying they're having a wonderful experience with the administrative assistant in mathematics. And it's just a great, that person is the heart and soul. One of our biggest retention efforts is the woman who works for Sodexo and is the barista at the coffee machine. Because every single student that comes up there knows Miss Terry, and Miss Terry talks to every single student, and Miss Terry will say, hey, Jim, you need to check on Chelsea. Grandma's passed away, or something like that. And so just interaction, not having position power, all of us having ascribed communication power.
Jill?
Chair Morton. Dr. Williams, I appreciate your comments about connecting, collaborating with pre-K-12. Could you talk a little bit further about your relationship with pre-K-12 and how you see that growing and developing?
I have, in my role as Vice President for Strategic Partnerships, I had the opportunity to spend a lot of time in school districts getting the initiative of dual enrollment off the ground for our institution. But what that taught me, and still does, and I still have numbers of conversations with principals and things, is what we teach sometimes isn't what's being experienced in the school districts and in the classroom. And to make sure that the right people are connected so that there is that continued sense of what's going on. My experiences, one of the things that I do is I believe that the school districts have a responsibility to prepare students, which they all say yes, they do. But I believe we have a responsibility as a university to help the school districts see the good work they're doing. And so we have developed, and I send this out each semester to the superintendents, a report card on how their students have done for the entire 4 years that they're at the institution. I don't use names, but say Olathe North has sent us 14 students 4 of them are business majors, 6 of them are elementary education majors. They get a report card back on how those students without their name are doing. They see how, and we include in that report card the overall student average and the school district's student average. And I cannot tell you the number of times that leads to conversations where math is a big one. Someone will call and they'll say, hey, I see our students aren't quite at the university average in mathematics. Can we connect with your math folks and see what we may be missing? So a lot of times it's building that enhancement. The flip side of it is, school districts' budgeting is as tight as anybody else's. And so what type of professional development opportunities, what type of career path opportunities can we be working on in partnership to provide those opportunities? Is there a cohort of faculty that would like to get the master's degree? Okay. They're 100 miles away. You're not going to have 2 preps drive to Valley City, so, okay, what are we offering curricularly online or hybrid or any number of those things? And I know there are some of those programs here, but doing an inventory and continuing to do an assessment of that. This institution, I am certain, is positioned exceedingly well to interact with K-12 education and be in part of those conversations and making sure the leadership of our teacher education program has those opportunities to be engaged both at the state level and at the district levels. Continue to build those relationships.
Anybody else? I appreciate your barista story. When I was at Microsoft, we had a Starbucks cafe, and the barista person always knew which of our female colleagues was pregnant.
Oh.
They went from regular to decaf. So they are a source of lots of good information. So that we'll move on. If you are offered, are you prepared to accept the presidency of Valley City State University?
It would be an honor, yes.
Excellent. That's the right answer.
Well, got one right.
Do you have any questions for us, Dr. Williams?
I don't. I have maybe questions down the road, but we're not going to put the cart before the horse. But I do have an appreciation. As I said, we've been familiar with Valley City. Well, I married into the family 26 years ago. And my first Christmas was in Valley City with 1.5 feet of snow. And I kept thinking to myself, how can it get any colder? And it did. But we are now probably the only family in Kansas that owns snowshoes, so we're good. But if anything, I've said this along the process, if there's one thing that happens, and if I am not appointed, I do hope that the system and the campus got an appreciation for all of the good things that are happening. And they got to see an outside lens show the significant opportunity and excellence that's here. And I have absolutely enjoyed the journey, and I thank you all for entrusting in me to get to this point.
Thank you. Very well done.
Mr. Chairman, I move to enter executive session to 1, consider the appointment of and contract terms for the next president of Valley City State University, and 2, limit the executive session to voting board members, non-voting advisors, the chancellor, board counsel, the co-chairs of the Presidential Search Committee, and North Dakota University System office staff. The legal authority for closing this portion of the meeting is found in North Dakota Century Code sections 1510-17, subsection 1A, and 4404-19.2.
Is there a second? Discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. We will adjourn and reconvene when we're done with the executive session. They will show us where it's at. Cross hall. We're out of executive session. Do we have a motion?
Do we have to take roll?
Oh, call the roll, please.
Ms. Thornton?
Here.
Mr. Trainer?
Here.
Mr. Hacker?
Yeah, here.
Ms. Nissen?
Here.
Ms. Louders?
Here.
Mr. Steeman?
Here.
Dr. Ryan?
Here.
Mr. Wakeford?
Here.
Dr. Prus? Yes. Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Coming out of executive session, do we have a motion?
Chair Morton, I would like to make a motion that the presidency of Valley City State University would be offered to Dr. Alan Lefebvre.
Is there a second?
I would second that motion.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, please call the roll.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Ms. Nissen?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
No.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. The Chancellor and the Chairman of our Budget and Finance Committee will go negotiate right now real quick. And in the meantime, we're going to continue on to the updates. And I'll call on Phil to talk to us about Envision 2030.
Chairman, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay.
You got to talk right into that mic, though.
Okay. How's this?
Good.
Good morning, everyone, Chairman and board members and assembled guests. I want to give you just a short update on the Envision 2030 effort that has been ongoing for the last 2 years. After briefing on the 23rd of May and at the board retreat, we have started to fold the calls to action into the President's goals, and so we will begin to take action on some of those over the long haul. You'll recall that this process began in May of 2016. We had 10 advisory teams, and in the end, looked at a lot of different issues here. You may remember also that some of the major issues, okay, were access, when and where students need different programs, select Western campuses studying workforce needs. One of the things that you'll vote on this afternoon is the Bismarck State Polytechnic issue. And for example, also we have completed the Senate Bill 2003 study on the two-year campuses, which morphed into the task force studies on efficiencies in higher ed. Also, the Permanent University Fund, I call it that, okay, but essentially to come up with some kind of buffering mechanism for higher education finances. We also talked about, as you recall, some of the emerging governance challenges of the 21st century, and one of the things was to balance big data and privacy rights. And so in pursuit of that, we've actually put together already a panel of advisors to the IT governance committee for the state board, so that you can get counsel on these big issues, some of which came out as a result of the Cambridge Analytica testimony and some of those kinds of things. So in the end, I just wanted to let you know that we're moving forward with some of these calls to action, and they're in our strategic planning online, and have been folded into particular president's goals after we discuss with him. For example, the manufacturing issue, okay, as part of Envision, will now be a part of President Richmond's goals in terms of, moving this emerging manufacturing business forward. So I just wanted to let you know that those are in progress, and we have a list of about a dozen people to advise the board on IT and privacy issues. The other thing I'd like to update the board on is is Goal 5. Ryan, are you here? The research excellence, okay? And we want to show you the the dashboard. This was put in place about a year ago. We've worked with campuses, and so we have the initial population of this goal in our dashboards. And Ryan, if you want to give some background on that, I'd appreciate it.
Vice Chancellor Weisskopf, Chairman of the Board, members of the board. For the record, my name is Ryan Jockers, the Strategic Analytics Coordinator for the North Dakota University System. I apologize for my throat, so I'm going to try to be brief here. Quick history in Goal 5. We started this in early 2017 with the leadership of Dr. Scogan, researching how do we get these metrics together, get a goal together for the strategic plan. And I want to thank UND and NDSU for excellent response and work on this, providing feedback, what should be used, what shouldn't be used. And again, just as a clarification, this is just going to be a, iteration, okay? This is a draft. We're moving forward, we're continuously getting better. They provided immense amount of feedback on how we should structure this, and it's been very, very helpful. So with that, let's just step through quick to the next slide. Oh, sorry, go back one more. It kind of skipped on you.
So as you see, we have a baseline now.
So this is brand new as of this past week. This is qualitative information, which is probably the hardest. So your research activity, editorial reviewer acts, grants awarded, peer-reviewed publications, etc. And we put a data collection and reporting notes page as well. There's a button on the bottom right corner, just so that you can see the inconsistencies right now, and we'll address those as they move forward. But we at least want to get started. We want to get something up there to say, hey, this is where we're at. And we've made a lot of progress since last year and a half on getting this information gathered, get it structured, and get it on our dashboard. And if you can click on the bottom right where it says data collection and reporting notes, this page we put together because as with the process that you're continuously evolving, there are going to be areas that need to be improved. And so UND and NDSU gladly provide areas that, hey, this is what's going on here. This is how we're collecting it. This is the caveats, disclaimers, just so you know if you're going through this, what everything means. And if you have any feedback, feel free to provide it to Vice Chancellor Weisskopf or myself so we can make this better. Thank you. Go ahead and hit the back button, please. And go ahead to the next slide. These next two pages are quite straightforward. They come from the National Science Foundation's HERD public reporting, and these metrics have been used in some way before. So these weren't as difficult, and they are lagged. But this is more of a efficiency metric, and we've had some feedback on this. So we want to improve this metric as well. How much funding per researcher? We need to get better at kind of detailing this out more. But at least we have a starting point in it. We're moving in the right direction. Go on to the next one. And then these are all your major research metrics that NSF tracks, PhD conferrals, research and development expenditures, PhD level research staff. We're just trying to get that baseline for both quantitative and qualitative information so that we can continuously improve that year after year with the research universities assisting us in that process, making sure we're going along the right path. And I also will add, we've sent out a survey to the other 9 institutions that are non-research so that we can gauge what research activity has been done there as well. And that's ongoing at this point. And so a hope would be that we can show that as well and say, hey, what other research activity is going on outside of the 2 major research institutions? So that about sums it up. Vice Chancellor Weisskopf, do you have anything else?
Thank you very much. Chairman, that concludes our update.
Board members, does anybody have any questions? Discussion? Thank you very much. Good data. Tammy, you want to talk to us about legislative preparation?
I will, Chair Morton. Thank you. As you may know, the 2019 Legislative Assembly will start January 3rd, and in the office we've been feverishly planning for that process to start. We've been identifying issues that we're beginning to track already, tracking interim committee bill drafts, reviewing those, and determining if if they involve higher ed and if we need to be tracking them. And we have a fairly thorough process of how we do that, and we'll continue to do it throughout the legislative session. One thing I wanted to remind you of, as far as bill drafts, most bills tend to come in sponsored by a legislature, and so by a legislator, and they come in January. But if we have any bills that we feel we need to introduce, agencies do have a chance to do that, but they have to be to Legislative Council before December 6th. So we're working through our list right now, trying to identify if there are any that we feel we should be introducing. Like basically that would be cleanup language, simple corrections or things like that. If we do identify any of those, we would need the board to take action on those and approve us to introduce them. So there could be a chance that we would need to have a special meeting in November just to address those bills. Don't really see any right now, but that could change because, like I said, we've got a lot of different groups analyzing things, trying to determine if we need something like that. So we'll keep in touch with the board chair on all of those. And so, our communication process during the legislative session, we do keep in close contact with the various committee chairs of the board and the board chair and the vice chair throughout the entire process. We have regular meetings that are set up every week with the presidents where we review all of the upcoming bills that are going to be heard in the next week to determine what type of testimony needs to be provided, if it's campuses, if it's the system office, and do planning for that as well. There will be times when we will ask that board members are there to testify. I know on the appropriations bill in particular, we always had board members there, and some of the other bills as well. Again, we will work with the board chair and vice chair to determine which bills those are, and of course to schedule people to come in and testify as we need to. So you'll be hearing from Christy and Terry probably a lot more frequently during that time. And really, that's all I wanted, I wanted to let you know that we are working on this. We do have a process in place. It'll be very similar to how we handled it last time, unless you have any. We really have to be fairly flexible depending on what issues arise and which bills come up.
Does our bill go to the House or the Senate first?
Our appropriation bill will start on the House side, so it will be House Bill 1003.
Birgit?
I just wanted to say briefly, that I'm talking to the faculty across the state right now, and I think that would be valuable information. If anybody likes me to testify, I would be happy to do that and talk about the impact of the budget cuts on the faculty.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any questions or input from board members or presidents? Even though you don't have mics, I know you all have good vocal cords. Questions or input for Tammy?
We look forward to working very closely with Tammy in the months ahead.
Excellent.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is all that I had on that.
Okay. Let's move to committee reports, governance reports. Up, Kathleen.
All right. Thank you, Chair Morton. I'll begin with item number 9. The initiated statutory measure number 3 was reviewed by Governance Committee. The Governance Committee, I will be calling on Katie Fitzsimmons to assist with this update. Out of committee, we did come to, the spirit of our discussion was that we would work towards a no vote or a no recommendation on Measure 3.
Our vote coming out of committee, though, was to instruct the chancellor to continue to do work and research on how this would be handled from the State Board of Higher Education. I think that Chancellor Hagerout has worked with our legal counsel on the discussion.
Yes, as a board, we cannot take a position.
Right.
When we're in, today we are state employees, because we're in a board meeting, we cannot take a position.
Mr.
As
Chairman?
private citizens, we can, I'm told. Dan?
I make a motion to table discussion on item 9 until the first board meeting after the November 6th general election.
We're, Katie?
Katie.
Just one second, we have a motion for,
Yep, I'll second.
Hello. Hi, Chair
No,
Morton.
no,
Or
just
nope,
one
I can't.
second.
Is this
Just
open
one
for
second.
discussion yet? Nope.
we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? We're just updating, aren't we?
We're just updating. We're not making
A decision.
This is just a governance committee report.
Okay. My concern with the update is that we are providing an update regarding a position that was discussed at a meeting that I don't think is appropriate for the Board of Higher Education to take a position on a ballot measure. The people of North Dakota are smart. They don't need to be told by the government how they should vote, and we are the government. So whether it's measure 1, measure 3, measure 2, any measure, we shouldn't have a discussion unless we invite both sides to provide testimony concerning pro and con on an initiated measure. So I just don't think it's a topic that we should touch with a report. So that's, even though a motion to table is not debatable, that's the purpose of my motion.
I do have to say I agree with him on that. I've received a lot of feedback from faculty and non-faculty on that. There was a lot of concern that a government agency was going to discuss and take a stand on a political topic. And I did go into our 615 drug-free workplace policy. I think discussing it after the election, if the measure should come through, we should discuss how we can align our policies so that we do not have marijuana on our campus. But I agree that this board should not do politics.
Chair Morton, I'm giving you an update of what happened in Governance Committee. That
Yeah.
was the report that came out of Governance. That was the vote that came out of Governance.
Point of
Thank you.
order, Mr. Chairman. I think with the motion that was made with the second, that we're obligated to take a vote on it without any discussion.
Where's our attorney?
Where's our attorney?
Don't look at me.
We're not allowed to discuss a motion on the floor?
To the table, because it was a motion to table.
Where's our attorney?
So you just have to either vote yes or no.
Want to call the roll, please? Is there any further discussion? We can't
Can't discuss.
Not
Okay.
debatable motion.
Okay.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Not here.
Ms. Nesset?
No.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
No. So it passed. But we can talk about other things that went on in the governance committee.
I hope so, Chair
Yes.
Morton. I will continue
Please.
to update the board on the work of the Governance Committee.
Please do, thank you.
Yes, thank you. Item number 10, State Board of Higher Ed meeting schedule. I will ask you to assist with this one. Chair Morton?
Yes, and I think we're going to wait till after lunch. We're getting, I was hoping we'd have a confirmation by now.
Hoping so.
But we can start the discussion. I'd appreciate the input from the
Well, how
president.
about we move on, excuse me, Chair Morton, maybe perhaps we could go on to item 13. I believe Darren King is here.
Is Darren here? Darren, you ready?
So we'll revisit 10, 11, and 12,
Yeah.
Chair? Okay.
Chair Morton, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to give you a few updates on technology. As requested, I'm trying to kill time here while my slide deck comes up. I do have a few slides to go through with you on this, and here it comes. There we go. Three topics that were talked about that were requested for me to give an update on. The digital initiative, if you recall, the digital initiative was part of the work that we did as part of Succeed 2030. I'll give you a brief update on some information security improvements we're making. And then at the end, I'll give you a Blackboard update also of where we're at. I'll try this again. Never fails when the technology guy, the technology doesn't work, right?
Been there, done that.
Yeah, me too. Me too. Okay, so on the slide to the left, digital initiative. So really with digital initiative, it stemmed out of a request that was part of Senate Bill 2003 regarding research networks. You know, to go back and let's think about how the research network is constructed. As we brought the team together from NDSU and UND and the State Information Technology Department, we broke this out into three areas because it's more than just the network. We wanted to look at the advanced computing resources, sometimes referred to as high performance computing. We wanted to look at the research networks. We also wanted to look at the human part of this, is the resources, the human capital it takes in this space with advanced computing and research networks. That report was part of the Succeed 2020, so you've seen that work that group did over the winter. Now the talks have morphed into how do we operationalize this. We have spent some time talking with people at both UND and NDSU, including President Kennedy and President Brashani. And I think there was general agreement that we would move forward with a collaborative governance model. Could be tight or loose, but I think the fact that we want to really try to maximize these resources for the use of researchers all across the system. I really think that was the gist of it. We've got some detail work to do. We'll continue to work down that path because there's all kinds of intersecting pieces to this. But I certainly think both campuses are ready to move forward, and let's look at how we can continue to build this important support piece of the research enterprise at each campus. I'll maybe pause after each one of these. Questions on digital initiative? Might be easier to separate them.
Questions from the board or presidents? Hearing none, please proceed.
Okay. Information security. So I just want to update you on a handful of things that we continue to work on and continue to grow our capacity to provide very good information security services to our systems. Multi-factor authentication is one you've heard me talk about before. We started that project about 2 years ago, and we have hundreds and hundreds of applications that run across the system. And our strategy has been to look at where we have the highest risk and to start using multi-factor in those situations. So remember, multi-factor authentication, you still require a login and a password, but there's another factor that has to happen. Usually it's something you have. It's a token, it's a text message to a phone, something like that. So it adds a whole nother layer of security for situations where somebody's credentials may have been compromised. We are at 45 applications and growing that we have protected with multi-factor application. And we are certainly, I put single sign-on on there because what this means is as people move in and out, they may be challenged multiple times a day. And we understand. Granted, I just have to reach over and tap a token on my computer. It's not like it's not super onerous for most people, but we certainly think moving towards a single sign-on portal where we would authenticate users once, require multi-factor, and then securely move them into applications without requiring a second login is certainly the direction that we want to head with this. Log management is one of those areas that we generate hundreds of gigabits of logs a day, and from an information security standpoint, it's very important for us to continue to grow our capacity to manage these logs. It helps us from the standpoint of detecting and troubleshooting and understanding what's happening on all of these systems across the network. We're up into that 30 to 50 gigabits of data per day in log information that's being fed into the log management system. We think we'll probably end up at 100 or more by the time we continue to build these systems into log management. So it's really a critical piece from our overall information security plan. Endpoint protection, if you recall, there was a conversation we had settled on Kaspersky as an endpoint solution for endpoint protection. You all remember they were in the news and there was a lot of accusations flying around regarding their involvement with the Russian government and things like that. Well, we really felt like at that point we needed to start to look at what the next piece is there. So we do have a different solution that we're transitioning to. And at the same time, we have a next generation product that we are in the early stages of doing a proof of concept with. That product provided by Palo Alto Networks, and it's called Traps, and we really think that probably is the long-term play with endpoint protection. And then the other piece we can never get away from is phishing. That seems to be the most common attack vector right now that we see, and we really feel like we need to continue to work on this. We've done a number of different phishing assessments. We're very typical, the organization, in how the number of people that might fall for a phishing attempt. It's not always the same people. It's very dynamic. So we are out looking actively for a management system that will help us with that. We'll do everything from doing the testing, so we can generate and send phishing emails to users to see if they fall for it or not. But then the best part about it is we can immediately deliver just-in-time training if somebody does. So I think that's the piece we're really after, is if somebody made a bad decision and clicked on a link, that they would get some professional development right on the spot. In addition to that, it also gives us the ability from a management standpoint on the backside to manage. We get hundreds of emails a day from people reporting phishing, and trying to manage that is really a time-consuming, people-based project or process. So by having a better management system on the backside, we certainly think we can put our modest 3-person information security staff's time to better use than tracking down hundreds of phishing emails a day. And the last thing I wanted to mention on information, well, I've got one more small item, but I did want to talk about consolidated information security. Again, if you remember in Succeed 2030, one of our goals was that by 2021, that the system and ITD would be working very, very closely together on a unified front in information security. And those talks continue. I worked very closely with both Sean's at the state, Sean Weiss, who is the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer, and also the CIO, starting to work down that path of where do we have these places where we can work together and have a unified front when it comes to information security. And I certainly think we are in a position to meet that 2021 goal, perhaps probably even be there faster than that, based on where those conversations are at. So we are looking for ways that not only can we do a better job, but we can maximize our impact across the state by partnering with ITD and working together on some of these issues. We're at the very infant stages of that, but we certainly, I think, are all in agreement it's the right direction to go, and now we're getting down into the details. So with that, I would pause on information security if anybody has any questions or thoughts.
Kathy?
Yeah, for Chair Morton, for Darren there, on your first item, multi-factor authentication, you say 45 plus applications. Are there, is that in process? Is that in place right now? So where are we using multi-factor? I just find it so important in the private, in the public.
Yeah. Chair Morton, Member Nesset, so we took very much a risk-based approach by where is the data that an attacker might be after. So the first systems we used multi-factor on were things like our HR and our finance system, and that was a couple of years ago. We put those in place a long time ago. And we've worked our way down through all these different applications, everything from our secure file transfer systems to internal work management systems that could have information there more from a security standpoint we wouldn't want shared. Now we are in a good position to put multi-factor in front of Office 365 for everybody. We're doing it right now at the system office and with my team. And we've built the infrastructure so we can bring campuses on very quickly with that as they work through, because there's a lot of work that goes into that at the campus level with communicating with users and things like that. So we're definitely positioned to help campuses roll that out as they see fit. We also did go forward and buy the licensing for students also, because we know that we have a few campuses that are interested in having multi-factor for students also. There will come a point where we're going to have everybody in our Office 365 tenant behind it, even students. But we're here again, we're trying to take a measured approach there. The risk there is the risk. We feel like it's relatively manageable. It's probably a bigger risk to faculty and staff today than students. Excuse me.
Board members, how many are you on dual factor? Have you signed up for that? Anybody hasn't?
I do for other things, not for.
I'm the last person in the world that has a Windows phone, and it it was difficult, but your people finally got me on board there, and I appreciate that. Dual factor is tremendous. Any other questions of Darren?
Chair Morton?
Or Andy? I'm sorry.
Two things. And going to dual factor is painful, but necessary. And Darren and his team have, I'm taking off my board hat for a second and putting on my day-to-day hat and using it for HR, finance, student records now, which is being used. And so putting those things in place, I think, are important. So, but their approach to it has been good. So I commend them for their approach to doing this. The second thing is about the K-12 connection that Darren alluded to. There was a great discussion about that yesterday, and I think that we need to keep going down that road. So I commend them for keeping connection with K-12 on cyber needs and, you know, working that down the end. So thank you.
And Darren, I had dinner with Sean Riley this week, and he's very pleased with the collaboration between his team and your team. So thanks for getting that done. You have more?
Yeah, Chair Morton, I'll
You
just
have
continue.
time.
Yeah, I'll just continue, Chair Morton. I'm not going to make you look at this eye chart very closely, but really what it is a segue to say, 3 years ago, we built the first strategic information security plan that the system's ever had. We executed that plan very well. It was things like identity management, multi-factor was part of that, log management was part of that. We had a number of things that we felt like would really help us start to progress down the NIST security framework, which we use as a framework for our results. Well, we're now in the second generation of that. So our system-wide Information Security Council, which is made up of representatives of every campus and is led by Brad Miller, our Director of Information Security, has done a great job with the planning piece of this, of thinking about it from a strategic perspective. How do we move ourselves down that framework, that hierarchy of how you get to a fully protected state, or as protected as possible. So the little check boxes just indicate in our next 3 to 5 year cycle, these are areas we're continuing to build out. We've done something in the last plan in virtually every one of these categories, but it's an iterative process. We continue to build and put more solutions. Some of it is policy, some of it is solutions, some of it is operational process also. So just to call aware of that we're not just sitting here trying to put systems in place. There is a strategic piece that our group has worked on the backside. Blackboard update. So we continue to have good stability, very high performance since February 1st. You recall a year ago at this time we were talking about how poorly Blackboard was delivering the service. We got through those problems. It is virtually a completely different system than it was at that time. We've really rebuilt it from the ground up, or Blackboard has rebuilt it from the ground up. Fall semester start, just a few ideas there. So we closed out the spring semester without any issues. We ran the summer semester without any issues. The fall semester, that first 3-week period, we averaged just over 27,000 logins per day. Peak of 41,000 concurrent logins on one of those days. We had lots of days in the 30s and 40s throughout that period of time, and really had no stability or performance issues that were reported to us during that period of time. We have had I would put the typical in air quotes, we've had the typical semester startup issues. We rely a lot on vendors for integrations. We've had some vendor integration issues. We've had a small number of very typical student information system integration things, and really what that is that's how Blackboard knows what faculty members teach what students and what classes they're taking. It integrates with Campus Solutions, and it seems like every time we start a semester we have a small number that for whatever reason are misaligned and have to be go in and tinker with a little bit. We've had a couple of low impact, I would call them low impact issues with node versus system level administrative permissions. That's over the last year, actually. It's not just in this startup. And if you recall, we've talked about it before, is, a very high amount of what campuses do from an administrative perspective. There's a small little piece that's carved off at the top that is much more, that can affect all the different parts of the system. And the governance did allow campuses to have certain permissions in that upper band. And the risk of that is that they might do something that affects another campus. That's the risk. And there's only a handful of them. We've had a couple of instances of that. I say they're low impact. They were issues revolving around branding. They were only evident to somebody who happened to be logging in during the 15 or 20 minutes that the problem was there. So people that were in the system, it didn't interrupt anybody. It didn't, so that's where I would say it's low impact. It's not like every user that was logged in was impacted. But there's certainly things that I want governance to go back and talk about again, because this is exactly what we identified as a risk when governance wanted campuses to have that advanced administrative capability. And we haven't had nothing more severe than that because of that, but it certainly think it's worth another conversation. Just a reminder that I mentioned governance. So it is completely shared governance. We have functional and technical teams made up of campus and system representation. We do have an executive steering committee. That committee, all the tiers are represented. It's not necessarily, we don't have one per campus there. We've got a smaller group there, but it does represent the needs of all three tiers. And that process continues to work. We are in an interesting situation where, we have 5 schools fully implemented. We've got another 3 or 4 that are in process of fully implementing. So the governance is starting to morph more to an operational governance. Right now it's been very focused on implementation. The governance is about implementation, but we're kind of in that in-between zone where we're having to deal with some operational governance also. Once we're at a full implementation, then it switches to completely operational governance, and we'll continue to have that process in place so that all the campuses are represented in those decisions. One of the issues that I've been asked about a number of different times is branding. So I just thought I'd show you where the entry points are to Blackboard. And I've been doing this a long time. I'm smart enough not to do a live demo. So these are screen captures just to make sure that we didn't have a technology problem get in the way. This is the system login page. Okay, so as you can see, it's branded across the top with the university system logo. Campuses are listed down the sides. There's some general information that would be important at times for everybody using the system to know. And then you've got the login in the center bottom of the page. Once a login happens, the next page drops right into branding for whatever campus your home campus is. So it understands what your home campus is. If you have affiliations with multiple campuses, the branding will stay with your home campus if that's your home campus. What would be different is it's hard to see, but in that top green bar it says My UND. It might also say My BSC next to it. If you've got affiliations at more than one campus, you would see both. This is a page then that the campus has the ability to manage and design with what kind of messages do they want to give specifically to their own campus regarding their Blackboard use or other issues. And then once they go into My UND or My BSC, now they're down to where there's their course listing on the right, any assignments that are due, other pertinent information, but now you're really down into where that student or that faculty member can drill in to what it is they're coming to Blackboard to do. So, I think the piece there is it certainly is it's a university system. The first login is a system login, but after that, the branding jumps to home campus without a problem. I mentioned single sign-on earlier, and we've started to work on a proof of concept with UND, not about Blackboard necessarily, but about some other systems, about getting to a single sign-on portal piece. And that's really where we're headed, where you can see it can be branded by campus. The intent is that you would log in once, you would do multi-factor once, and the next page that came up would be a listing of all the different applications that you have permissions to use. And you could click on Office 365 and it would drop you right into Office 365 without the need to relog in, or it would drop you into any other system. So proof of concept right now. I think we're in a really good space to get this rolled out relatively quickly. But we have some additional work to do over the course of the next 4 to 6 weeks to make sure that we're where we think we are with it. But we certainly think this is the future of where we'd like to go with this, not only from a security standpoint, but from a functionality standpoint with end users.
Thanks for getting us moved into the 21st century.
We're trying, Chair Morton, we're trying. Just a quick reminder on Blackboard costs, another question that I think when I talked with new board members and things like that, there were questions around that. This is a single software as a service instance contract. It's a 5-year system-wide contract. It averages out to about $1.4 million annual cost for all 11 institutions to be under that licensing contract. It's average because during implementation, of course, there's some spikes and there's some ups and downs in that. But our ongoing cost as we go forward will be around $1.4 million when it steadies out. Our initial return on investment calculations came up with a $476,000, almost $477,000 in savings, annual savings to the system. That's not to any one campus in particular. And we're fully funding those costs. So in the past, campuses had been paying for LMS in a bunch of different ways at the campus level. But as we went through this and we restructured some things, we really felt it was important that we come up with a way to provide this as part of a system-wide delivered and funded endeavor. And that's certainly where we're still at this point. Some opportunities that we've got in various states of implementation. Economy of scale is a big one for us right now, what we see as a real good thing. The student information system integration, one integration. You know, we don't have 11 different integrations running. One to develop and one to maintain, and the maintain is probably the harder piece of it when you have that much data that's flowing. It's a single data stream. It certainly makes the development of it and the maintenance of it much easier. Grades integration is an interesting one that we have pilot testing right now. So currently, faculty that use Blackboard might be using the Blackboard gradebook to work so their students can go in and look at their grades and do all that. But when it gets to the end of the term, a faculty member then has to log into Campus Solutions and then go in and re-enter those grades for those courses and for those kids. You know, so they're really doing it twice, right? So grades integration that we have in testing right now with a small pilot will, when the faculty member logs into Campus Solutions, there'll be a button that says import my grades from Blackboard. And all they'll have to do is push the button and the grades will populate. They'll have a chance to look through, make sure it went right, and then validate those grades. So we really view that as, it's been on our roadmap, and it's nice to be at that point where we've got enough real people using the system where we can actually start to try to implement that and use that. I think that's a fantastic time saver for faculty members. Another one that's been a pretty hot topic lately is a product called Ally. It's a student accessibility product. It provides alternate formats for better usability and accessibility, kind of on demand. We think there's a great potential in this to not only help students that perhaps need that, but everybody, where you can actually get a piece of content in a different format and have it happen automatically. It also helps campuses understand where perhaps they've got things that aren't in an accessible format so that they can go out and try to remediate that. We are at the very late stages of contract negotiation with that. We certainly think that we have a number of different campuses that are very interested in it. We have a number of campuses that are interested in it. But we certainly think this is kind of a next level add-on to Blackboard that would provide value not only to some that really have identified it today as a need, but will provide value in the future. And we will be doing that, again, because we did it as a system-wide contract. The cost of this is coming in at a very affordable rate that we'll be able to just add to our Blackboard annual payment. We shouldn't have to do anything from a funding standpoint to add this capability. Another area is anti-plagiarism. So it comes with a solution that we're not completely happy with right now. So we're looking at a different solution with that. We certainly think, again, the power of the system, we should be able to come up with a contract for a better anti-plagiarism solution that works better.
So in here, the plagiarism right now is not good. They have reduced the database and it detects nothing anymore, really.
Yep.
Googling it works better. So I do appreciate you working on something that's better, because I think Safe Assign in the past was a little bit of a hit and miss kind of thing, but it gave us an idea.
Yeah.
So,
agreed.
Thank you.
That was one of those areas where Blackboard acquired a platform and integrated it in, but it wasn't nearly the same as when the company was by itself. So there were some reasons why that happened, but we certainly, here again, these things plug in, so we can certainly continue down that path. And then the other one that's probably further out is a product called Analytics for Learn, and it's quite interesting because it provides very advanced student learning analytics. UND has been on the leading edge of this. They had, when they ran their own Blackboard instance, they had A4L, and we certainly think there's a great potential for some campuses to not only have the basic data about a student in a learning management system, but to have far more detailed ability to work with students and intervene. So that is also one of the products that we're looking at and investigating. So along with opportunities, there's challenges. We have to continue the migration of Minot, Dickinson, and Mayville. Those migrations are going well. We did, if you recall, 8 or 9 months ago, we agreed to slow down a little bit and we let campuses decide how fast they wanted to go. These 3 campuses have, they took a little bit of a pause, but have continued on with the migration process. We should be on target to have all of those integrated into the system by semester break or shortly into the spring semester. And then we have NDSU's migration left, and we paused that one completely. So we have a lot of work to do there if we're going to pick that up and start to work on that migration again. So with that, I would certainly entertain any questions on Blackboard.
Any quick questions?
Chair Morton, my only question would be, are the presidents happy with how it's moving? I think that issue has come up before.
We have issues, we're not prepared to talk about them at this with a variety of people, and hoping to come back and talk about Blackboard.
Thank you.
Andy?
To follow up on that, I'm just curious from the system approach, and I don't know if this is a good question for Darren or not, but is it still the goal of the system to work as a system, have one system? Because that's why we went to this. And I heard Darren say it a couple times, one in system and stuff like that. So I'm just curious if we're still going down that road or not.
Standardization is the norm in the private sector and the public sector, but along with standardization, hopefully the flexibility at some if a campus needs to tweak, hopefully that if it's not, that's part of the evolution. Darren, did I speak out of turn?
Chair Morton, no, I don't believe so. I mean, I think that's all. It's always our goal, right? We're trying to help the campuses be able to do what they need to do. I think you always weigh, it's like anything else. We were all taught to do that when we were young. Here's the good things and here's the bad things, and you make a decision at some point.
So I think working together, collaborating, communicating, because with 11 campuses, there are some really different needs, particularly because you get to the 2 research schools. But thank you, Darren, very much. We do, Dean.
I just thank you, Chair Morton. I want to very strongly echo President Kennedy's comments. We have some fairly substantial concerns. No need to talk about those right now, but I think the 2 research universities may have some uniqueness that needs to be addressed.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if we didn't. So those will get addressed. And Darren, thanks for the great work you and your team are doing. And this 21st century is quite challenging, but it's also really nice when you get there. Okay? It is now indeed a pleasure to introduce the new president of Valley City State University, Dr. Alan Lefebvre. Dr. Lefebvre, would you like to come up and say a few words? We are honored to have you accept and looking forward to a great start.
Well, thank you very much. I am very humbled and honored to accept the position, and I'm looking forward to working with these wonderful colleagues to take Valley City State and the entire system in North Dakota forward in a very positive way. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. We are going to adjourn for lunch, and then we'll reconvene after lunch. Ready? Break. College. We are reaching out to the tribal colleges, and they've been inviting them to our board meetings, and we want to get engaged with them. And Jim, would you like to share a few words with us?
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know if this mic is working here, but I'll speak up a little bit louder. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Chairman of the board, Don. I've known Don for longer than he thinks.
We are Met commissioners together.
When I was going to NDSU a few years back during the summer month, I found out who he was because he was the football coach then too. And members of the State Board of Higher Education, thank you for inviting me. And the presidents of the colleges, universities, thank you for the invite. Back about 3-4 months ago, Don sent us a letter, the tribal colleges in North Dakota, and gave us an open invite to attend the meetings. And I think that's a great idea because there's always room for collaborating. And I like to think about this as collaborating partnerships. We've done many partnerships with the colleges, universities throughout the state. I think in our case, we've done partnerships with everyone, at least once, twice, maybe 4 or 5 times. So there's a lot of room for still that to happen. I went to school at Dickinson State University back a few years ago, and went to NDSU for a summer, and also graduated from Penn State University with a master's and doctorate, and did some postdoctoral work at UCLA. And I decided to go home, meaning Belcourt, North Dakota. That's where I grew up, and took a job there, and then went into business for a little while. And after that, the president's position came open, and I've been there close to 13 years, and it's time for me to leave. And I will be leaving that position, retiring in about maybe by the end of October, but no later than April of next year. And I still might be seeing some of you people at the Capitol during the legislative session. I don't want to take a lot of your time. I know you have a real busy agenda here, but like I was saying, the collaborations I think are continue to be important, to our tribal colleges. And again, we have 5 of those tribal colleges in North Dakota. At Turtle Mountain Community College, we offer 4 4-year degree programs. Elementary ed, we've had that since 2000. And we've graduated well over 100 of those people now. And I would say 100% of those students are either teaching or they're in their master's program somewhere in North Dakota. Early childhood education is another one. And secondary science is another one. And also, we just started a program, a 4-year program in business and leadership. Business and leadership. That's an exciting program, I think, for our community because, as you know, our communities, the reservation communities throughout the state, have a lot of challenges. And when we talk about, a couple of days ago, I was listening to the radio, and I was, hearing what the governor had to say about, employment in North Dakota. Well, there's a lot of opportunities on reservations to employ people. A tremendous opportunity, and of course, at Turtle Mountain, we train a lot of people each year. We had a record graduation actually last year. We've never been over 200 graduates in any one year. We had 231 who graduated in various programs of study. So we'll continue to do that. But job training is very critical to our community. And we try as best we can to work with our tribes, respective tribes in North Dakota. And sometimes we work with the other tribes as well. So, I think, when we continue to have these meetings, and if we're going to be invited, which I think we are, we have an open invitation. We want to really start talking about some constructive and more productive things as far as addressing some of the issues that we are faced on our reservation communities, within our reservation communities. I spent time with the State Workforce Training Commission, and I really felt
pretty good about the outcome of those meetings, because the commission members, there are about 30 or 40 of those people from around the state, they really seem to be engaged and concerned about what I'm talking about here, about the poverty, the need for employment in our communities. And another thing that, kind of a side note here, I was talking to some of our people here the last 3 days, and you know, the problem that we have throughout our state and country, and of course it exists in our communities as well, our tribal communities, and that's the addiction problem. The addiction problem. And I know the First Lady has as her main concern issue are those kinds of issues. And I don't know if the State Board of Higher Education and all of the colleges, universities throughout North Dakota have really begun to address that, you know, in a way that is comprehensive. And because when I was talking to our people, I said, you know, we can sit here and do little or do nothing. Yet we're going to still continue to, you know, be concerned about what we're faced with in terms of the drug use and the alcohol use within our communities. So as a thought, and I said I would bring this up with the State Board of Higher Education and the other colleges, universities across the state. What can we do collectively, you know, to address this? You know, pooling our resources, partnering, you know, collaborating, and making a difference, not just in our state, but in our communities, in our country, because it's not going to go away. It's going to continue. If we sit and do little or nothing, it's going to get worse. And I think we owe it to ourselves and to our families and to our young kids to address this. So with that being said, I guess I will went over a little bit my time, Don, but you know, those things I wanted to just bring to your attention and put something on the table, I guess, from the standpoint of tribal colleges. And you know, we need to do something about that. But collaborating with the academic, you know, and the workforce training, you know, issues are also very important. You know, leadership in our tribal communities is very important. So with that, I'll close. Unless you have a question or two, I'll take one or two.
Any questions of Jim?
I just, Mr. Chairman and President Davis, I just want to point out, I've been to your facility. It's a beautiful college. I'm from Devil's Lake. I practice law there, and I've got a lot of friends at Spirit Lake, and I know Cynthia Lindquist runs a terrific tribal college at Little Hoop or Chandeska Chicana Community College, and tribal colleges in North Dakota are lifesavers. They save the lives of a lot of people that would fall through the cracks if they didn't exist. They provide a lot of life skills, a lot of opportunities for people that just would not be available because of addiction, things that are just bigger challenges in Indian country than we might experience outside of Indian country. And I think our legislature recognized that a few years ago by investing direct state dollars in some of the tribal colleges around the state. I think that was a good move on the part of our legislature and a good recognition. The tribal colleges really are, you know, part of the issue that Indian country has to deal with is political instability. Some days the chairman's in, some days the chairman's out, and issues might go from day to day in that regard. But the tribal colleges are, for the most part, very stable and provide a wonderful opportunity for the residents. I think we should do more than just invite the presidents here. I would ask the presidents to maybe consider inviting us to come to your campuses for one of our meetings so that we can just see some of the facilities, some of the offerings that you provide at Spirit Lake, Turtle Mountain, or other tribal colleges around the state.
Well, maybe before I leave my job, maybe we could make that happen.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else? Jim, thanks for joining us, and thanks for your thoughts, and we look forward to building this relationship.
Well, thank you very much. And if you don't mind, maybe I can just stick around for
It's your
another
call.
few minutes, and I need to head back actually to Bismarck from here. So, but thank you again for the invite.
You bet.
Very much appreciate
Larry,
it.
did you?
Before Dr. Davis leaves, I just want to give a testimonial about his leadership and the partnership. We've had marvelous partnerships with Dr. Davis and his institution. And in fact, we just completed a $24.5 million DOL grant. And the partners in that were Williston State, Sitting Bull, Dr. Davis, and Bismarck State College. And yesterday, Dr. Davis, you may not have seen it yet, we got the final report yesterday, and we far exceeded the expectations that we laid out when we wrote the grant. And we did that because of this marvelous partnership. And so I really appreciate his leadership at that campus to help us get through that. I also wanted to add a couple other things. You may or may not know that this is a family thing, being such a good leader. His daughter-in-law runs the Native American Development Center in Bismarck, and his son is the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for the state of North Dakota. So the Davis family is really involved in serving the people of North Dakota. And I just want to say, Mr. Trainer, I really appreciate what you said about tribal colleges. I remember the first time that I visited Dr. Davis's campus, and we were walking around, and he said, you know, without this tribal college, none of these kids would be in school. What a remarkable service that is. And I want to repeat something the First Lady said at our meeting yesterday, Mr. Morton. Some of us were at a meeting, and the First Lady came and addressed us, and she talked about the fact that these are sovereign nations, but every citizen of those sovereign nations are citizens of North Dakota. So by supporting the tribal colleges, we're supporting citizens of North Dakota, even though they're also citizens of tribal nations within our state. So, but I really want to applaud Dr. Davis's leadership that he has provided for his campus and in Indian country for all of North Dakota, and I just wanted to say that publicly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Larry. We not only have dual enrollment, we have dual citizenship.
Yeah, and I just wanted to, since you obviously made a proposal, just as a chancellor, very interested in your comments about addiction. The First Lady did come yesterday to the joint boards. I guess I was in the executive, I wasn't here, but we may have already done something on the statutory measure 3 that just recognize the challenges you have there. Look forward to working with you on this. And just one question on that. Are you able to take a position on measure 3? This is the marijuana position. Are you barred by your tribal governance not to make a statement about that? Do you know?
No, we're open to taking a position.
Okay.
In fact, our tribe has discussed that off and on for the last couple of years about taking a stronger position on it.
Okay. All right. Well, look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Anybody else? Again, thank you, Dr. Davis. We will. We have some business we have to clean up. We had a tabled motion that didn't get 5 votes, and so we've got to revisit that.
Mr. Chairman, I move to table discussion on item 9 on our agenda until after the first meeting following the November 6th general election.
Second.
Discussion? Oh, no, that's right. I was told that about 30 minutes ago, too. Please call roll.
Ms. Nesset?
No.
Mr. Hacker?
No.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
No.
Ms. Louders? Yes. Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
No.
4-4.
It's
Fail.
4-4.
Okay.
Still not enough.
It's not tabled.
It's tabled or not tabled?
we'll continue with our discussion
Okay,
from
thank
the
you.
Governance Committee.
From Governance Committee, I will then,
Did you say now tabled or not tabled?
It's not tabled.
Oh, so now we are discussing it.
Yeah. No, we're
No.
discussing, we're getting a report from the Governance Committee, just like when they get a report from the Audit Committee, part of normal board business. We're not voting on anything.
Yeah, no, I understood that. I just didn't really.
We're getting board business reports
this is report from Governance Committee.
from, yeah.
From the last meeting. Coming out of Governance Committee, this is information for the board. We did have a unanimous vote out of committee to take Measure 3 and ask our Chancellor to deal with this, and also for Katie Fitzsimmons to assist us. So if I could call on Katie to come forward or to bring us up to date with your work on this.
Thank you. Thank
Oh.
you, Chair Morton, and thank you, Committee Chair Nesset. I'm going to turn it over to the Chancellor or to Chris first.
Yeah,
Which
just
one
for
is
me
taking it?
briefly, and then I was going to turn it over to Chris, because what we learned between the Governance Committee meeting and here was, even though the governor is taking a very direct position, the AG is taking a very direct position, the interpretation, and I'll turn it over to your comments for the board here about what we can say or can't say here.
First to clarify, the Attorney General's office is not taking a position, and the Attorney General, to my understanding, is not taking a position in his official capacity as Attorney General. The state law requires that, or provides that, information can be provided on a measure on the ballot to inform voters, but the board as an entity and board members in their official capacity cannot advocate to vote one way or the other. In your personal capacity, you're free to make comments as you would, but it has to be distinguished from your comments in your official capacity as a board member. So the information presented today will be for informational purposes only.
Correct.
Thank you.
But to clarify, the way you read that, Council, is during this session, when they're in session, they should not make a statement of support or against, but when the meeting's over and they're speaking in their own capacity, they are free to make that expression.
Correct. Board members can speak as any citizen can, as long as they distinguish that they are not speaking on behalf of the board or they're not speaking in their official capacity as board members.
Mr. Chairman, my concern with proceeding with the discussion that we had in the Governance Committee and discussing that here at the board is both at the Governance Committee and here at the board, we did not invite proponents of the measure. We only discussed ideas concerning opposition to the measure. And I think that creates an unfairness that is not appropriate for us to take a position. That's why I made the motion to table. But if we're going to proceed with that, I will caution this board that we should not be hearing from only one side. That's not fair.
Members of the board, if I may, my name is Katie Fitzsimmons, and I serve as the Director of Student Affairs for the North Dakota University System. And under the Corrupt Policies Practices Act that's in the North Dakota Century Code, Chapter 16, it does state that factual information may be presented regarding a ballot question solely for the purpose of educating voters if the information does not advocate for or against or otherwise reflect a position on the adoption or rejection of the ballot question. So at this point in time, after the discussion that occurred at the Governance Committee last week, we were discussing how federal funding to campuses could be threatened if this ballot measure were to pass. And at this point in time, that's all the information we were going to bring forward. Again, just factual information about the ballot, not informing voters to vote one way or the other. It's just presenting facts about it. If I may proceed.
We have had proponents and opponents to the measure reach out to us, and we've made it very clear that they're more than welcome to speak when we have open the mic to the public at the end of the meeting. And that will always be on anything. The public always has a right to speak. So can we go ahead with, is that?
Please, yes.
Yeah.
Then I'll defer.
So at this time, this is just a little bit of explanation for the board that might not be totally well versed in federal policy, as I'm sure Everyone is, I'm sure. But as recipients of federal funds, all NDUS campuses must comply with the Safe and Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act and the Drug-Free Workplace Act, which require that NDUS campuses remain drug-free campuses. Failure to comply with federal laws and regulations on marijuana possession and use on campuses jeopardizes the continued receipt of federal funds. Passage of Measure 3 would not change the NDUS policies that prohibit the production, distribution, possession, or use of marijuana on college or university property or during college or university-sponsored activities. Violating these policies may lead to sanctions under the applicable code of conduct or the individual campus rules relating to an employee's particular employment status or to a student's enrollment status. Under federal regulations, a number of college and university employees are subject to drug and alcohol testing because of the type of work they perform. Testing positive for marijuana is a violation of these regulations and will remain grounds for employment sanctions, including termination, even if the marijuana use occurred outside of work hours and otherwise in accordance with state law. The measure as written is far-reaching, and some language would open our campuses to possible litigation if the measure were to pass. At this point in time, those are the comments that I have. I don't know if Chris or the Chancellor have anything else, or if you have any questions about that.
I have none.
I have no comments or no questions. Thank you, Katie. Appreciate that update.
Thank you.
Okay. Item number 10, moving forward with Governance Committee. Chair Morton, if you could assist us with the State Board future meeting schedule.
Yeah, I think we are committed, and as I talked to various people and various leadership on our campuses, we'll meet once a quarter in Bismarck, except when we are hiring a president, we meet on the campus like we are doing right now. So this will be our Q1 meeting, face-to-face. We have an October meeting, a digital meeting scheduled. We have a November meeting, digital meeting scheduled. Then we're looking at the next face-to-face meeting being early in December in Bismarck, and that'll give us a chance as the legislature is starting to gear up, we'll be in Bismarck too. And then as we look at the Q3, January, February, or March, as we were discussing this, someone brought up there's a legislative open house day or showcase, and what month is that? And there was discussion about whether we should schedule our meeting around the legislative showcase. And that's where I wanted some input from the campuses. Is the legislative showcase something that you've been involved in over the years? I've visited with a couple. I think I've visited President Prashani at NDSU. Any other presidents? Is this an important event on your calendar? Tom, want to speak up? Anybody else? John?
You as well.
So what date is that?
March 27th, wasn't it?
27.
March 27th.
And that is a Thursday? Wednesday? So we could have our Q3 meeting on March 28th, a Thursday, and then those presidents that have, since you're traveling to Bismarck anyway, you can come the day before and participate. Does that work for everybody? And then if board members if you want to come and participate in the legislative, why can't I remember, showcase? So we'll meet on March 28th in Bismarck. And then our Q4 meeting will be in June in conjunction with our retreat. And again, the months we're not meeting face-to-face, we have digital meetings scheduled. If there's nothing urgent that needs to be discussed or policy, we'll cancel the meeting. But otherwise, we'll proceed with digital meetings those months. The other thing I'd like to do, I would really like to get to more consent agendas. We spend a lot of time sometimes in minutia, and where if the Chancellor's Cabinet has approved it, if the various academic committees, our Board Academic Committee, our Board Audit Committee, our campus groups have approved it, and the Chancellor's Cabinet has approved it, I'd like to see things more go to the consent agenda. That puts a little more, as board members, we do then have to, we're not going to have, if we don't have we do have to make sure we keep up on our reading, which I think everybody is doing a good job of that. But I think if we can streamline if we can get more on the consent agenda, then our board meetings can consist of agenda items that really bring more strategic value. And we can have some deep discussions that can hopefully move forward. And in order to do that, the presence, we got to have you engaged. We need your input. We need your expertise. We need your feedback on all these issues that are coming at us from a higher ed perspective. And to have time right now in the board meetings, we just don't seem to have time to get to some of the more strategic type of things. So that's what I'm proposing, is that we move as much to the consent agenda as possible. And even if it's on the consent agenda, a board member we can still, if they have a question, we can talk about it. But that's my thinking. Any input from anybody, presidents, board members?
I think it's a great way forward, Chair Morton, and I also think that it allows us, if we have meetings on the schedule, so they are always scheduled, and we don't have to call special meetings that limit the agenda of those meetings.
Yeah.
Chairman Morton, just to make sure, January and March and June are in person, and the rest are Ivan.
No, September, December, and March, and June.
I got to look at the back. Okay. So then September and December are also in person.
Yep.
Okay.
Please check that December date, Chair Morton. It says December 6th. That's a Friday. I think we meet this year December 6th, but for 2019 it should be the 5th.
Oh, is that this year or is that next year? Here,
This is next year.
19.
It's 19, okay.
So that should be the 5th?
I just looked it up on my calendar for 2019, and December 5th is a Thursday.
But we're
This
looking
year
at
it's the
2018. I'm talking 28, December 2018.
Right.
You just put the back page where it's in 2019.
Okay, so the back page is 2018 and the front page is 2019.
I didn't get that.
No, it's all.
Okay, that was my question. Yeah, okay, good. That makes more sense now.
I think, yeah, the sheet is all 2019.
But why does it
18,
say Williston
18
here?
dates are already scheduled.
But it says Williston.
We'll check.
Yeah, because it must be 2019.
Yeah,
So maybe it is 2019?
yes.
Sheet is 2019. This year we meet the 6th.
Basically, we're looking at the third month of the quarter. Any further discussion? Do we need a vote? We don't need a vote. Okay. Okay, committee structure by tier, item 11.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair Morton. So this is actually written up in more detail in my goals, which you all had chance to review and actually talked with several board members about it. This is something we looked at to be more responsive to the wide range of challenges facing campuses. And one way one can see it is by tier. The challenges facing UND and NDSU are not the same, but they certainly resonate with regard to competing for research dollars infrastructure to support research, and just the size and scale. Then you have smaller schools, two-year schools that have very unique workforce requirements. And in fact, we have a thing called CTEC that helps integrate that, led by John Richmond. But we recognize the board was spread across all of those and equally required to master and understand pretty wide range of information. So this is really informational for you that that we had discussed this about 2.5 years ago of having a subcommittee structure that would help advise me when we evaluated the presence by tier, that some board members could begin to gain expertise, especially if they'd come from a university setting or they'd come from a certain field of industry that gave them a natural head start on that. So that's all that's about. It also, as I've spoken to many of you about, it is very responsive to much of what's been said during the governor's task force on governance. I've attended all those meetings, as has Chair Morton, and there is this thought: is can the board fully, engage the range of challenges confronted by our universities? And so, if you know, they're meeting, in fact, tomorrow, and the vast majority, I think 62% of stakeholders said keep the existing board and tweak it. But there was a number of votes saying, hey, we should have multiple boards by tier, interestingly. So when I briefed this concept to some senior legislators, they very much resonated. The idea that the board itself, this body, begins to adapt some of its management oversight activities to respond to that concern, that the concerns of different tiers have a more adequate understanding by board members. So that's what that's about. Just a discussion, briefing information, no action required.
There's just, there are some moving parts to this. There are some, we don't want to, we've got 8 voting board members and our 2 advisory people. And we just can't serve on 4 or 5 committees. And we do need a governance committee. We do need an audit committee. So those are some discussions we can have kind of offline and start to wrestle with this and see where it goes.
Sure. Thank you, Chair Morton. My concern would be how we staff those, how we ensure that we follow open records laws, if they would need to be staffed by 3. And so that, I know it's quite a challenge to stack the committees the way it is. So I do have some concerns along that line. The other thing that I would just point out is since my tenure on this board has not said no to one item that has come before it that I can recollect. There's been some no votes, but those initiatives have all moved forward. And so I believe we grant great autonomy and flexibility to the institutions and the Chancellor's Cabinet. And so with that in mind, if there is some concern of whether or not certain classes of institutions may disagree on one item or another, from a governance standpoint, I believe as one of the members of this board that I should be apprised and aware that 4-year research maybe isn't supportive of one topic or another, or that 2-year schools are not supportive of one topic or another. And so I would request that, or ask that the governance committee maybe look at how we could ask those institutions and make sure they have a voice and make sure we as board members understand those maybe nuances. But I'd ask that every issue that comes from the Chancellor's Cabinet with a recommendation to the board to have a vote on it, and for that vote to be included in the agenda topic so that I can understand where the different categories at a minimum of institutions landed on each of those topics. If we're trying to engage in better governance, I think as a board member, it's good for me to know kind of where those categories of institutions landed on each of those topics.
Yeah, I think what sometimes looks like a good idea, and as you get down into the actual operations and execution, you start to wonder if it really is a good idea. But we can at least have that discussion, and if we come to that conclusion, we come to that conclusion. Dan?
Chair Morton, I just want to echo what Nick Hacker just said. My concern is the open meeting issue, and the smaller that we slice and dice the board, we're not going to be able to go to the bathroom at the same time because it's going to create an open record violation or open meeting violation. The other thing, with regard to the governor's task force on governance, with all due respect to the governor and the ideas that were kicked around, this board is a creature of the Constitution. And so I don't think it's appropriate for us to adopt something that is not the law, and the law can't even be changed by the legislature. It has to be changed by the people of the state. This board in total is the Board of Higher Education, not a subcommittee of the board, not 3, not 4 of us. It takes all of us to take action, and that's pursuant to the Constitution, and I think we need to respect that structure until it's changed. And it may be changed at some point at the request of the governor or the legislature, but I don't think that we should implement the change just because it was a topic of discussion on a task force.
Yep. Thank you, Dan. Mark?
Member Trainer, just for background, this was actually a proposal was made 2.5 years ago before the governor's task force, and one of the innovations that did come out was the board didn't want to go to 3 kind of sub-focused efforts, but we did go to 1, which is why we now do the 2-year evaluations in the fall. They used to be all lumped together. So we already took some steps well ahead of the governor's task force to respond to the concerns. In fact, there was some feedback from the Chancellor's Cabinet. They wanted actually Goal 6 workforce, be able to elevate the 2-year community colleges on par with research. So this is not at all in reaction to the governor. It's just that we can see it resonating in these meetings and stakeholders. Because we've attended all the meetings, we've been there, we've provided notes, but I thought it was interesting that 66% of a wide group of stakeholders said, just have the board kind of help reform and adapt itself.
I'm confused. What stakeholders are you talking about?
When the AGB did the interviews, they interviewed 60 people and asked, and 42 of them said, keep the state board, but have the board kind of evolve and adapt to changing times, basically. So I'm just, Roger, your point, we're not doing what the governor's telling us. He hasn't told us anything, but the board already had these discussions back as 2016. The other point I make to Member Hacker's point, I took his feedback, and already in the survey that will go out to the Chancellor's Cabinet will be your question about that voting. So we're taking action on that already. Thank you.
Anybody else? Let's move on to the next item. Item 12.
Chair Morton, continuing with the Governance Committee, the committee reviewed board self-evaluation. Our next step, the four highlights came before the committee, were acted upon. Next will be to prioritize these and then begin the self-evaluation process. Committee business number 15 has already been dealt with. The final one that came out of Governance Committee was the Policy 605.1, which is item 21 on the agenda, and it did come out of, by a vote, out of Governance Committee, and we'll deal with tenure, and we have that further on the agenda. And that is the full report from Governance Committee.
And we've had the information technology integration, and you were done, weren't you, Darren? Okay. Audit Committee.
Chair Martin, I'll take that Audit Committee update, and I will once again thank Audit Committee Chair, Mr. Steeman, who was very busy with the Valley City State presidential search, so I did chair the meetings for these. August 22nd, this is a perfect example where the committee structure works very well, and this committee was able to sit and listen and deal with the state auditor's reports, referencing each of the campuses. On August 22nd, Dakota College, Bottineau, Lake Region State College, Mayville State College, North Dakota State University, and Williston State College, those reports and the responses were heard from the state auditor's report and were approved. On September 17th, the report for UND was heard and approved. I just find this is a place where the committee can do the work, listen to these state auditors report, and report back to you. Everything is fine. The only thing I will add for Williston State College, I want the board to realize that we are learning through the auditors' reports that Williston is once again, with the uptick in the oil industry and the workforce shortages in the city of Williston, that Williston State College and Dr. John Miller can perhaps shed some light that there's a renewed challenge in hiring and retaining workers at Williston State College. It's a concern that the board should be aware of. With that,
John, do you care to comment?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, we're experiencing a lot of pressure right now from our business partners who are stealing somewhere. We're losing a number of our very bright people, particularly in the ranks of our directors, to local business and industry. And if you just take it at face value, you know, a person leaves, you hire a person, but there's a great body of institutional knowledge that we feel like we're losing really on a weekly basis right now, and it's very challenging to keep up with things, and then at the same time looking for those new people to onboard into those positions. It's a challenge. I mean, you know, we're getting things done, but our staff profile looks significantly different than it did at the beginning of the fiscal year, and it's going to look different between now and the end of the calendar year.
This is a movie you've seen before and lived through before, isn't it?
Well, I actually wasn't here the last time it happened, so this is like a horror movie that I'm seeing for the first time. But again, we have a really solid core group of people there. It's just we're stretched rather thin right now, and the in and out piece is not allowing us to have a whole lot of time to take people in critical positions and then get them schooled up before we get them going. And I think, you know, a perfect example for this, since I've been at Williston State College, we've had 3 different CFOs, and our most current CFO has been on the job since the middle of July, and so he actually came on right when we were getting budget prepared and ready to go, and it's been quite a challenge.
And these are the type of challenges we've got to address and discuss and help and provide support somehow. Anything else, Kathy?
no, that's complete. Thank you very much.
Okay, item 15.
Chair Morton, I would make a motion to enter executive session to, number 1, consider the reappointment and/or any new contract terms for President Richmond of NDSCS, and number 2, limit the executive session to voting board members, non-voting advisors, chancellor, selected NDUS office staff, campus representative, and board counsel. The legal authority for closing this portion of the meeting is North Dakota Century Code, Section 15-10-17, subsection 1A.
And I will just also add, John does have the option to attend or not attend.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded. Called. Any discussion? Call the roll, please.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset? Yes. Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Are we in the same room for the
I
executive
believe so,
session
yes.
that we were in before?
It's over in Wapaton, isn't it?
Brought tennis shoes today.
in the bathroom.
We will reconvene. This is back in session. Do we have a motion? Oh, take roll. Oh,
We don't have a motion yet.
Board Chair Morton,
here.
Mr. Steeman,
Here.
Ms. Nesset,
Here.
Mr. Hacker,
Here.
Dr. Ryan,
Here.
Mr. Trainer,
Here.
Ms. Thornton,
Here.
Ms. Louders,
Here.
Mr. Wakeford,
Here.
Dr. Preuss.
Yep.
Okay, we're coming out of executive session. Do we have a motion?
Chair Morton, I would move to extend the contract of Dr. Richmond at North Dakota State College of Science.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Trainer,
Yes.
Dr. Ryan,
Yes.
Ms. Louders,
Yes.
Ms. Nesset,
No.
Ms. Thornton,
Yes.
Mr. Hacker,
Yes.
Mr. Steeman,
Yes.
Board Chair Morton,
Yes. Okay. Item 16. Okay, that's done. Item 17. Approval of the Chancellor Hagrid's goals for 2018-2019. We've all read them, haven't we? We can all read. Any questions? Hearing none? Is there a motion?
We can discuss it after a motion.
Sure.
I'll move to approve it.
Second?
Yes, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Further discussion?
One of the items that I wish the Chancellor would take a look at is tuition and the legislature's involvement in tuition and whether or not that's appropriate. And then also the issue of in-state tuition and how that is determined. Because I think that there are some issues with regard to various campuses that should be considered as to whether or not we should be educating. The taxpayers of North Dakota should be paying for the education, legal, medical, other education of people who have no desire or interest in staying in the state of North Dakota.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Nick.
One thing, reading through it, there's an awful lot of stuff in there, and I just hope we are open-minded at the end of the year when we reassess them that, some of them are in transition and that we just can't say, well, you didn't get this, so obviously you're not doing a good job. Just more of a caution that when I first read through that, I thought, there's no way he's going to be able to do that. And I don't know over what period of time some of them will transition and then be completed, but I think as a board, we need to be aware that it's a roadmap and not necessarily this is where we're going to absolutely be at the end of that year.
I think that's a good point. Okay, it's a roadmap. It's a work in progress. We can make changes. We can make course corrections.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, my question is kind of along the same lines. It's an aggressive set of goals, and I read through them twice, and I kind of had a hard time understanding. Can I just ask what the system office is at for head count as of today, and then what the total head count is needed to accomplish these goals? A lot of them referred to more people, and so I'm just kind of trying to understand. There's they're aggressive goals and they're big, and I'm glad we're big thinkers like that, but I do need to understand how many more people are needed here.
Right. Thank you for that question. And I'm mindful this meeting's gone along. I'd planned, actually had notes to talk about key things. We already touched on evolving the presidential evals, which is one of the most crucial things we do. And a lot of the goals you see derive from the Chancellor's Cabinet's partnering, like on tuition, member trainer, UND, and NDSU have strong feelings about tuition, and they're going to be part of a Chancellor's Cabinet study to study that, so it's not just me saying this is the answer. Directly related to the staffing, there is a request that was in our budget as well, which is what I assume you're getting to, because I'm not asking to build out audit anymore. We built out Dr. Weber's program very well with K-12. The main focus is to build out the capacity to support the research function, which, if you recall, Dr. Rothfuss, that was his portfolio before, I forget Sonia, forget her last name, she left. Then he basically took on two hats, and research is becoming a massively important role for the state. Several initiatives are in play right now, and we basically leave that all on Lisa Johnson's plate. EPSCoR integration, which was hugely important for our board to do. We did that through Carol Redmond, which is not her field of expertise. And so that's the main ask, is under the research hat, and also there's a workforce hat, just because for this governor, the demands have gone up exponentially. I was on the Workforce Development Council meetings that resulted in very little action. He does lots of action, and it's required for staffing. How we're doing that right now is we're using the cabinet, actually. We had Dan Langang spend an entire day representing the university system because we couldn't get there. So that's the only ask related to those areas right now.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Item 18, review of proposed Theodore Roosevelt Library lease termination. Nick, Tammy, and Chris.
We could probably keep this pretty short and sweet. The last time we had this up, there was a lease termination that was brought forward to the board, but there were a lot of ongoing issues, including some logs that had been created for a lodge, and some physical plant issues. And effectively, during a lease termination, they shouldn't continue to occupy the land that is university land when we're terminating that lease. The great news is everything was resolved as it related to the lease. They do not occupy that land anymore. It's been cleaned up. The logs are gone. And so we're ready to just terminate that lease in a very simplistic way, which is the way this works. With that, I would
Chris.
move the termination.
Second.
Just one comment, Board Chair Morton. I represent Dickinson State University as well, and the issues of the ongoing relationship between the Teddy Roosevelt Center and the library. That's something that'll be handled at an institutional level.
Thank you.
And I am enthused about the relationship we're rebuilding with the foundation, DSU and the foundation. I foresee to have a long-term relationship well into the future.
I heard a second. That means there was a motion? Okay. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. President Scogan, you want to work your way up? Is he not here?
Well, no, he's here, but for brevity of time, we all have briefed the Polytechnic twice, and so really what we're just needing to do is give him the direction to go ahead and proceed as the wording indicated there. He's available to answer questions on that. You saw a very detailed brief yesterday, but it wasn't intended for him to actually do a presentation.
Okay.
Just if there was any questions people had, I'd be glad to field them, or we can move on to the motion. You'll have lots of work.
This is just a great initiative, very progressive, and hopefully, if you have any questions, please ask. Larry can answer them.
Don, Chair Morton, I'd like to make a motion, move to direct BSC to develop the structures necessary to respond to workforce needs with a new mission as a polytechnic institution offering Bachelor of Applied Science degrees, while at the same time maintaining the college's current certificate, diploma, and associate degree offerings.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, I know we're a little behind the time here on the clock, but this is really important stuff. When we talk about transforming and meeting the needs of workforce, this is exactly it. And one of us has to speak up here because I know that the press is here, and we don't talk about the good things we do enough. And this is really fantastic, exciting times for BSC to work diligently on how we fill those workforce gaps. And so I applaud the work that they've done here.
Thank you. Very well stated.
Chair Morton.
Jill?
I had an opportunity to participate in a joint boards meeting yesterday. CTE, Department of Public Instruction was represented, the State Board was represented. Exceptional presentation on this topic, really a focus on talking about collaborative planning, not only with industry and the work environment, but with the other educational institutions too, which was exceptional. A real focus on strategic student work plans and the development of performance reviews, which drives good placements in the workplace. So it's exceptional.
Yes, thank you. Any other comments?
I can make one important factor. To echo Member Lauder's comments, BSC is also assisting, which was in my goals and Dickinson's goals, to develop the outreach for certificates, community college programming, and that's BSC partnering with a smaller campus that couldn't do that without that type of help. So already they're beginning to play that role, that you'll see even more of that as a polytechnic.
Further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
A very enthusiastic yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Item 20, Chancellor.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'll be very brief because we talked about this probably more than you wanted to back in May and June. You had Ken Nygaard presenting. This is probably the ultimate shared service. This is analogous to what you did with President Kennedy 2 years ago, having one university lead unmanned systems robotics development. They hosted the Secretary of the Air Force, numerous other things convening. Similarly here for cybersecurity, it's helpful for the state board to essentially designate NDSU as the lead for cybersecurity studies. And I can tell you how practical this has become, barring some change in the schedule next week. I'll be in Washington, D.C. with NSA. We're one of only 2 states that are willing to even discuss having a unified certification on this rapidly growing field, because we have a lead research institution and a state board that can direct these type of designations. So again, at this point, we would just ask the state board to designate NDSU as the lead for cybersecurity.
Is there a motion?
Just as excited as I was on the last one, Mr. Chair, this is exactly what we need to be doing to respond to workforce and industry needs, and I would move that NDSU be designated the Institute for Cybersecurity and Education Research.
Second. Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Can anybody match Nick's excitement about this? No, this is all good stuff. No, hearing none, let's call the roll, please.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Item 21, Chancellor.
Thank you, sir. So again, this is one we've actually talked about a couple different times. We are competing in a rapidly recovering higher ed landscape. We heard it just from one of the candidates today. However, we have had something that really has put a damper on recruiting, an important part of a heterogeneous candidate pool. We talked about ethnic diversity, gender diversity, but also it's important to have diversity of skill sets in a presidential cadre. And one of that form of diversity is a faculty member who basically gives up a teaching in the classroom to do these, as Member Louders knows and other people knows, can sometimes be a thankless job. You know, she could have stayed in the classroom, but she entered the marketplace like Teddy Roosevelt of just, you know, fighting for improvement and good things. So it is common practice across the country that when a faculty member does that, they are always honored with the tenure that they had earned. It brings status to a university. They also can help. They can even convene if they have specialized knowledge. It's a little more difficult if you're not really recognized in the faculty. But interestingly, in North Dakota, we honor that, but only if you are a North Dakota tenure-winning faculty member. And so I think, as I think Member Morton very humorously made the point, you could have won the Nobel Prize, but if you came from Moorhead and you went over NDSU, you couldn't bring tenure with you. And so this fixes that problem and would honor tenure for faculty who transitioned to leadership positions of president. We would also, the way we've written it, would want to be able to have the board do this for 2 of our presidents and the one you hired today, all of which were faculty members who worked their way up into leadership positions. So that is the first reading. I have got nothing but support and calls, but there has been a request, you know, to follow sequentially, you know, a first reading and a second reading in case there's something in the wording we might need to tweak. But that's what's on the table, just a first reading.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman, do we need to take an action, like to vote to approve it on first reading?
Dan, we like to go slow on this. We are getting a letter of concern from the College Council of Faculty.
Right.
So we'd like to make sure that in the shared governance model, that everybody has input. So that's our goal. We think we can get there. Might just take a little bit longer. So we'll just stick with the process, approve the first reading, give the different constituencies, stakeholders a chance to voice their opinions.
I guess my question is, does someone need to make a motion to approve the first reading?
Yeah.
I'll make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? You're good.
Yes, I do have a discussion point. I'm not generally opposed to this. Actually, I'm not opposed to it at all, really. I was disappointed it wasn't run through academic affairs, because normally that's where something would go, academic affairs, academic and student affairs. I could have asked the questions I had there. Instead, I had to make a couple of phone calls to figure out what it was about. And I know that that CCF feels like they were left out of the loop because they weren't aware of it. So I do appreciate very much that it has gone back to having a second meeting and not waiving the first and doing the second. And I know that some of the faculty do have a concern, so I think they do need that time to mull it over.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Member Pruss, or Dr. Pruss. And again, no one was trying to do anything secretive, because we've discussed it very openly on several occasions in meetings. And my understanding, having talked maybe to Nick Vaughn, is this is the board, how it recruits, develops the executive, so it wouldn't need approval. There's certainly we welcome any feedback if we miss something, but it wouldn't need the approval of, you know, one of the academic committees. That's, I think, and you're not making that point, that it would have to be approved by.
No, I didn't mean approval. What I meant was just for information. And I know, I mean, I knew it was coming. And it just would have been nice to be informed, for me to be able to ask my questions at the meeting and inform CCF that it's there. This way CCF saw it there. I didn't know it either, so I couldn't inform them. I couldn't answer questions until I had asked my questions myself. So it did cause a little bit of confusion there. And I mean, I did not expect to be asked for approval, but for information it would have been nice.
We'll get input from everyone. And there's a motion, it's been seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Approval of honorary degree. Lisa?
I'll try this again. Better. For your records, my name is Lisa Johnson. I serve as the Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs at the University System. Mr. Morton, members of the board, I wish to present to the board a request on behalf of North Dakota State University for the award of an honorary doctoral degree to Mr. Spencer Doohan. The materials in hard copy are before you today. Those detail Mr. Doohan's contributions to North Dakota State University, their development foundation, and the College of Engineering. Again, I present this material for the board's recommendation for approval today.
Is this the only one?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
I would move approval.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Budget and Finance. Nick, Tammy?
Mr. Chair, these will be items 23 through 26. I'll go through them all together as a package. Of note, the committee did not meet on these items, so if there are specific questions, Tammy is here. These items were just sent directly to the board. Tammy reviewed them and thought it would be appropriate if they just went directly to the board. The first one is ratifying the Chancellor's interim authorization for UND to pave what used to be a gravel parking lot. If you go to any hockey games, you would recognize it. It's towards the south end of the parking lot, which is next to the Betty Engelstedt Arena. Those are internal funds, private funds that those were funded with. Number 24 is, this is for UND to begin their formal fundraising campaign for renovation of Babcock, Carnegie, and Gustafson halls. These are near the steam power plant, and this is kind of the next phase as they look to privately fundraise the renovation of these to convert them into more useful facilities specific to engineering. Actually, this would be one of the major colleges that would use those. Number 25, this is an adjustment to the budget request that was submitted into IBARS. And effectively, what this program is it's the Academic and Career Technical Education Scholarship. We underestimated how overachieving many of our students are. This is a statutory scholarship of which high-performing students are entitled to a scholarship by statute. And when we set the budget, we underestimated how many students would qualify for this, and we need an additional $2.9 million to be added to the budget request to meet the statutory requirements for that program, which is really pretty exciting. And then lastly, 26 is SBHE. This is the NDSU Extension Service Main Research Center, as well as the Research Extension Centers. We are a pass-through entity for these. They testify on these on their own. This also includes the Upper Great Plains Transportation Institute. They had some modifications to their budget requests. Again, this is a pass-through. They testify on them in front of the legislature, not us. But we are kind of the placeholder for how their budget comes in before the legislature. With that, those are those 4 items, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sure Tammy is too.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I move to accept and receive the Budget and Finance Report and to take the actions contemplated therein.
All 4?
Yep.
We'll group all 4 together?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Nick, you're so thorough. We don't need further discussion. Call the roll, please.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Academic and Student Affairs Committee, I'll defer to Lisa.
Mr. Morton, members of the board, again, Lisa Johnson, Interim Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Presenting these on behalf of the Academic and Student Affairs Board Committee. They reviewed and I'll cover items 27 through 38. And just a quick summary, a new program from Williston State College is the AAS in Sport and Recreation Management to meet needs in their community and our state with new centers that are evolving and having staff to support those. From Mayville State University and Valley City State University is a request, each asking for an AA, Associate of Arts, that enables students who, for any reason, decide not to complete a baccalaureate degree can complete an associate degree. So it enables them to complete that credential. There were 9 programs that were reviewed and terminated at Minot State University. They were, in fact, inactivated a number of years ago, thus enabling Minot State University to either graduate those students or advise them into other academic programs. And so they're formally presenting them for the board's recognition of termination today. That concludes the academic requests that were reviewed by the committee last week.
And Krista, is this consent agenda? So we don't need a roll call?
No, you do need a roll call for this.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Do you need a motion?
I was just saying,
Thank you, Dan. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the Academic and Student Affairs Committee consent report and to take the actions contemplated therein.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Hearing none?
Chair Morton, just a quick comment. And I really appreciate Mayville State and Valley City, making sure that their students get a degree, should they not get a 4-year degree. Sometimes students get going down the road of, they get so far and they don't get a degree. I use caution though, but in saying this because the 2-year campuses have the associate degree granting level for the most part. So I say this carefully because the 2-year campuses, that's where the 2-year degrees reside for the most part. I don't know a lot of history, but I know that the other universities have some granting authority to the associate degree level too. So I just want this to be exercised with a little caution. That's all. Thank you.
Lisa?
Mr. Morton, members of the board, the Academic Affairs actually discussed this 2 times at length about 4-year institutions awarding an associate level degree. Both Mayville State and Valley, actually if you dig into their materials or hit the links, both have written in language that said they will not actively recruit into those. It is more as a fallback for students who were unable to continue a baccalaureate, and I think that provided some reassurance to the members of the Academic Affairs Council.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing none, call the roll, please.
Mr. Trainer?
Yes.
Dr. Ryan?
Yes.
Ms. Louders?
Yes.
Ms. Nesset?
Yes.
Mr. Hacker?
Yes.
Mr. Steeman?
yes.
Ms. Thornton?
Yes.
Board Chair Morton?
Yes. Can I keep you from not making a comment?
Well, Tom Mitchell would like to make a comment. We rushed through my goals so fast and whatnot. I had a couple things I wanted to point out as far as, back to your point, Member Hacker, adaptive responding. But as you recall, twice during our 2 retreats in May and June, the Dickinson responding become dual mission, which means their traditional mission, liberal arts, but then also meaning the mission of the community, the workforce, and all the rest. So I want to thank Tom, the full support to do that. So we recognize the innovative work you're doing out there. So I promised him I would mention that again.
Thank you.
So.
We do have item 39, North Dakota Student Association. Is Jared here, or is he on the line? Jared? Welcome. Good to have you here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Morton, members of the board. My name is Jared Melville, and I serve as president of the North Dakota Student Association. NDSA represents the collective voice of North Dakota's 45,000 public college and university students. And as the president of the organization, I'm very happy to be present at these meetings and to learn and gain insight about what's happening in higher education in the state of North Dakota. Our organization had its first meeting of the academic year in September at North Dakota State University, where we discussed several different items that relate to the student interest, including open educational resources, multi-factor authentication, and then we've also discussed began discussion on our legislative priorities and for the upcoming legislative session, and also continued our discussion with the 2019 through 2023 NDSA strategic plan, which I will provide details about at future board meetings. So our students are excited to be back at meetings, be back at the school year. And one thing I will note that Mr. Darren King didn't mention earlier is that the NDSA has created a task force that will serve as an advisory body for the Core Technology Services Division of IT. So we're excited to incorporate the student voice into all sorts of matters as they relate to Mr. King's work. One of the things that our organization has been recently working steadfast on is the creation of a voting guide that it will be available for students so that they will have the information that they need in order to vote in the 2018 general election. The last item that I will report on is also that during our General Assembly meeting in September, the Assembly presented its awards that it votes on during the spring semester of the prior academic year. And one of our awards was our Student Advocate Award, which was provided to Miss Lisa Johnson for her service during the previous academic year with respect to everything she does for students. So we provided...
Lisa Johnson?
Our Lisa, indeed, our Lisa Johnson. So... So the Student Association is very appreciative of your work, and we commend you. Our next meeting is at Williston State College on October 13th, and Williston is looking forward to hosting. Are there any questions?
Good. I'm sure Ashley will be in attendance.
Yes, Chair.
Any questions of Jared? Nick?
Mr. Chair, just one comment. Jared, thanks for engaging with Darren King. I know there's a real struggle with our online application process. I would encourage every board member to attempt to enroll in one of our institutions and notate your experience. And I know Darren is wide open to working with how do we streamline that for our institutions and find a better way to make a better user-friendly experience when trying to be admitted via our online system, which I tried unsuccessfully, and I even paid my $35 application fee to NDSU to try to re-enroll, and have been providing feedback to Darren as well. So we need to try to help him with solutions.
Do you have to give your degree back then?
Nick, thanks for those comments, and thanks for going through the process and sharing your experience. That's great. And Jared, thanks for your work. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure.
Any other questions, Jared? Thank you. Deborah Drexeth could not be here, but Casey's going to read her report.
Thank you, Chair Morton. For Dr. Dagseth in the CCF report, the Council of College Faculties held its first meeting for the 2018-2019 academic year on September 11th. Council officers for the 2018-19 academic year are Dr. Deborah Dagseth, DSU CCF President, Betsy Banner, Lake Region State College Vice President and Faculty Representative on ACC, Jeff Hart, NDSCS Treasurer Parliamentarian and Faculty Representative on SAC, and Joan Aus, BCSU Secretary. Final statement was we look forward to working with the State Board of Higher Education as we fulfill our mission, which is providing a structure through which university system faculty may identify and share interests in teaching, research, and service. CCF communicates with the State Board of Higher Education regarding issues of consensus as well as matters of concern. Submitted by Dr. Drexel.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, next we have the Staff Senate, and I think Cole Kruger is on the line.
Yes, I am. Can you all hear me?
Very well. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Chair Morton and members of the board, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of all staff here for the NDUS. My name is Cole Kruger. I'm the president of North Dakota State Staff Senate and current staff member here at Minot State. As a whole, we are continuing to work towards our established 2018-2019 goals focused on monitoring relevant legislative activities with the help of the NDUS office. We're also determining the ability to effectively survey staff across the system, and we continue to seek input and gather consensus regarding having additional time off for staff members surrounding existing holiday leave. Additionally, our annual meeting made it pretty clear that staff senates vary greatly in terms of activity levels and the activities themselves on campuses. So to try and improve that, we decided to incorporate a session at each of our monthly meetings where a specific campus will be tasked to ask existing Staff Senate members from that campus to come and discuss some of the things that they're most proud that they are doing as a Staff Senate on their campus, so that we can all somewhat get on the same page and learn from each other, and then, if it makes sense, implement some of those things on our own campuses. Last, I would like to invite any available member of the board to attend one of our upcoming meetings. Last fall, Chair Morton himself came to a meeting, and we found that incredibly beneficial. It was just great to have you there and to hear from you and to be able to express our ideas, our concerns, our suggestions. Really felt good. But thank you, everyone, for the opportunity to share. And does anyone have any questions?
Any questions of Cole? Thanks for the kind words, Cole. I'll come back. You're the only group that wants me back.
Okay, I'll hold you to that.
And before we go, Andy, you have something for us.
If I may, Chair Morton.
Please do.
I stand between us and leaving. It's not as bad as standing between us and leaving and lunch, but I'll try to make this quick. You received the updates. The state staff said it compiles the updates. Two things. BSC is doing an employee engagement team, provide some feedback. I think that's great. The CTS office is doing a professional development week in March. I think that's awesome too. Mayville State University is doing State Employee Recognition Week 2 weeks ago. I didn't even realize State Employee Recognition Week existed, so I think thanks for bringing that to our attention. Those are the three things that I wanted to bring up. One last thing is I try to highlight a staff member that's received some recognition at one of the campuses in the past month or 2 months or 2 months time since we last met. So one I'd like to bring up, and the picture's up on your screen. This one is kind of close to home for me. 50 years of service to a campus is quite a distinction. I don't think I need to say any more than that. Dan Johnson has served in a role of faculty and staff. Most recently, mostly staff, registrar. He's done financial aid, he's done dean of students, and he's taught math for a long, long time. So he's been working at Lake Region State College under various campus presidents for 50 years. So the picture that you see is of him and his photography skills. I use that in jest because he is great at taking selfies, not of him necessarily, but of the people behind him or people in the surrounding community. There are lots of those, and I'll provide you with them if you want to look at them. We took our opportunity to honor him by doing that same thing. The campus recognized his 50 years of service at the Welcome Back breakfast when classes resumed in August, beginning of school. So a big shout out to Registrar Dan Johnson. I think lots of people know who he is, and if you don't, I don't know where you've been. So 50 years of service, I just want to say thank you, Dan Johnson. That's all.
Well done, thank you. It is time for public comment. Do we have anybody that'd like to come to the microphone? Public comment? Yep.
Doug doesn't brag near enough for him. Almanac in the top 25 top community colleges in the nation for retention graduation rate. So you should brag more, Doug. Okay.
I don't think bragging is part of his personality.
I know.
He's a very humble guy. Congratulations, Doug. No public comment. Assessment of the meeting and future agenda items. I think in the future we got to give some thought to. We got to be more efficient when we go into executive session, and everybody has to wait. And maybe we take a look at, if we're going to do executive session, we start the meeting with executive session, so then the presidents, everybody else can come at a later time. Just a random thought that I had. But any other thoughts on assessment of the meeting or future agenda items?
I know, Chair Morton, I brought this up, I think, last meeting, maybe the meeting before, but I would like to see in writing the things that the state legislature has obligated us to that we can't change without them changing it. And then I know there was some discussion there where the chancellor had indicated that he would get the presidents to maybe put out a list of things that we do that make their lives more difficult that maybe don't need to be done.
Well, that's a good point. We really want to get the presidents more engaged, and they want to get more engaged. We got to tap their expertise, and so it'll be a evolution. Today's, when you're interviewing candidates, but it's nice when the presidents are around the table with us. That makes the conversation a little bit easier. But I think we can certainly improve and have a more productive, value-added meetings. And that's what we all want to strive for. But thanks for everybody's dedication and patience. And thank you to our presidents and staff and people. Thanks for your patience as we went through 2 different executive sessions today. Future board meeting or any other comments? October 25th will be via conference call, and the December 6th face-to-face at VSC. And I don't think we need a motion to adjourn. I can just adjourn, can I? This meeting is adjourned.